I think I'm ready. How about you guys? Shall we do it? I just made a bunch of changes to my setup that I actually quite like, so that's why I was late. Also, fighting iOS because I'm trying to test new iOS build and very much struggling because Xcode is evil. Seriously, I've never had a piece of software throw more errors when trying to do basic things like do a build. Like, I'm sorry that I need a specific team and a bundle identifier in order to get this open source app onto my device that I own from my computer that I also own from a code base that I own. It's so fucking bad. It's like genuinely unbelievably bad. Respect. This is good. Your React bench is cool as fuck. I saw Kimmy K3 is leaking, yes. Excited for it to drop. Teabag, I started removing it, realized it hadn't been long enough and put it back in, so it's probably been long enough now. YouTube stream is 1080p because the Twitch stream has to be 1080p effectively. Like, you can kind of do 1440, but it's not great. The 1080 is the ideal. And since I'm primarily streaming to Twitch, I just restream the same feed other places. Making different feeds for different platforms is not worth it. This I'm actually planning on doing a video about today, possibly. Maria did hit 15K. Fuck yeah, good to hear. I don't think I'm going to talk about Inkling. Not very good. Like, my tweet about following Maria got more traction than this tweet did. Stupid, but like, meh. Spec-driven development. Yeah, I'm aligned with this. And this too. Both of these are right. Spec-driven development as like the one and all solution. No, doesn't work. Specs being a flexible thing that evolve over time. Yep, makes it much better. What resolution do I choose on OBS Mac? I don't use OBS on my Mac. I'm using OBS on a PC and I'm connecting to it over HDMI over a fancy Thunderbolt dock. I missed an update from you, NMG. My bad. Only here for a minute. Gotta go back to the job. Got a job interview. Long shot. Fingers crossed, NMG. Best of luck. Thank you, Volatile Code Monkey, for the 5 bomb. I'll thank all the specs or all the subs and whatnot properly in a minute. I'm just trying to get my fucking Xcode build. I also might have to go do a usage reset. Let's see if I do yet. Yeah, I do. Cool. Let's hit that. There we go. And I can now continue the work going here. Hopefully it didn't pause. Yeah, because it keeps going past 0%, so it can finish a bit of the work it's currently doing. That went great. Cool. I just wanted to see how much of my TypeScript Rust rewrite I could get done in a weekly. And I still have 4 resets cached. So I figured, why not? Especially because I know at least one reset is coming up. I also did end up getting yet another account with Claude. I'm trying a 5x, and so far I've gotten a lot of usage out of the 5x, like more than I expected. It seems like the 5-hour is a smaller percentage of the weekly with the 5x plan. Like, the weekly is closer to 10x, even if the 5 hour is only the 5x. So that's been surprisingly decent. And also, if you upgrade from the 5x to the 20x, it resets your limits. So if I do manage to hit the weekly here, and then I upgrade for $100, I get a full reset. Yeah, trying to get as much Fable out in the next few days because it doesn't seem like it's going to stay in the subscription plans going forward. Apparently that installed the fresh build. Oh no, that means it overrode my preview build. Fable made an oopsie. A big, very annoying one, actually. That is so annoying. And it bricked the app. Great. I'll, let me get this on my clipboard quick. I guess I have to airdrop it. No, wrong device. Give me a sec for this. Yeah, that fucked me bad. Okay. God, their neighbors recently got a dog, and he had been quiet for a while. That has officially stopped, and it is quite annoying. There. Okay. I'm more of a dog person personally, but when I can't see the dog or pet the dog or hang out with the dog, but I can hear the dog, then I like dogs less. We got Claude working in T3 code using the previous TOS, which is still in effect, which is that you can use it with the, what's it called? The agent's SDK with official auth. Am I worried about people posting soul deleting stuff on them? Not that much so. Like, I just had Fable delete some shit on me. I don't think Anthropic's going to stick with the killing of Agent SDK and Claude-P at this point. Like, there's a lot of reasons why they can't. Mostly just because like people are actually hitting their usage limits now, so doing it based on people hitting usage limits is a stupid reason. 1 second and dump my tea back. Much better. Space on it, it does. Cool. Before I forget, and because I think it's fun, figured I can show you guys new sidebar quick. Still very much a work in progress. My general concept for this is that the time when a thread was most recently opened is not the right way to rank threads necessarily. I find that I have threads that I'm still working on and ones where I'm not. And the goal of this is to really push you to settle threads when they're done. So if this one is completed, you click settle, and now it is moved down underneath. And these ones take much lower priority. These are the ones that you're still working on. Each of them takes so much space. Yeah, intentionally, because you shouldn't be working on more than like 5 things at a time. And going to have to go through and like manually archive yes, over and over again, when instead it could just be a check. Oh, wait, I actually wanted that one still. Let me pull that back up. Like, I feel like this makes so much more sense. Like, compared to this absolute mess, looks like people enjoy this idea. Crazy how much of UX is just catering to how lazy people are. Yep. How many gifted for me to ship this feature right now? Not happening because I have to make backend changes too for this idea of settled. So I want to make sure I get this right before it is even in nightly because it will fuck with our databases, which is the right call. But yeah, this is basically what you're doing with cursor, but with pin and unpin. Yeah, I've been trying to do this with pinning and other things, and it's good, but not good enough. And there's a lot of other layers too. Like if I have something pinned and I haven't touched it for 20 days, I don't want it pinned anymore. So a lot of this is also things will auto archive if they haven't been touched for an amount of time. Stuff like that. Yeah, I feel much better about it. And if you want to see like the loading states, it's like that. I had to put a lot of work into keeping it from fucking up GPU performance because I learned a lot about that. In fact, that might be a topic for today. Fail made my app slow. I fixed it myself. I think that could be a fun topic. Important. This better actually be important. God damn it. Eh, I might look through this later. I won't have time for a bit. I have to film as much as possible today because I'm going to be out for like a week because of open sauce. And currently the calendar's not in the worst state, but I would really like to have enough to get us to Wednesday. But we haven't even filmed this one yet. That sucks. That means we're going to have to move some stuff around unless I film it today. We'll figure that out. Dog is... Okay, I had other things in here I wanted to see quick. I think I missed most of them. It's fine. Anyways, let me thank subs quick before I forget to, because I've been busy doing all of the other things I have to do. We got Halleck Liff here with the the Prime for 2 months. Hey there, let's use Fable inside a Codex next. Oof, no. Oh shit, Mickey with a 10 bomb. Thank you so much for the gifts. Appreciate that, man. Hope you're doing well. I have done my best to catch up on texts, and I got to most of yours, but I still owe you more responses. Was this a big channel for AI? Yes, the T3 stack was arguably as big, if not bigger, than anything I've done since the AI shift. My tech stack was quite popular. Well, thank you, NMG, for the resub before we even started, too, by the way. Han C with the 3 months. Thank you. Stu Loren, always good to see you, man. At the 1 year now. Congrats. Good to see you. Weather Boy Super with the Prime for 2 months. Appreciate you. Wouter DB with the 48 months, the 4 year. God damn. Always good to see you, Wouter. Oscar Gabriel, thank you for the Prime for 5 months. Thanks for keeping me up to date on things. Wonder how long all this can keep accelerating. Same. Every time I think we're like at the peak velocity, things somehow start moving faster again. Thank you, Jiraj. Always good to see you, man. 46 months of Prime. So close to that 4 year as well. Joker XCH with the 2 months. It's funny how many people are hitting the 4 year mark when we were just asked if this channel was big before AI. A DeepSeek R1 level, like level model, Maria, like Kimi K3's on that tier. That'd be nuts, but it could happen. What are you highlighting here, PC style? Yeah, like R1. I mean, like when I say level, that's what I mean. Yeah, I got my Codex Micro pre-ordered. God, that dog is going to drive me insane. Thank you, Mason, for the Prime. Thank you, Joker, again as well. Appreciate the 2 months of support. Saman QRFK with the 6 months. Volatile Code Monkey, again, thank you for the 5 bomb. Not Luck Knight, missed your gift earlier. Thank you for that. And Volatile with the resub at 11 months. Would I consider T3 Code an ADE like an agentic dev environment or something more minimalist? I don't know how people are defining agentic dev environment right now. I would say yes, probably. In some ways, we are more minimal, but in others, we aren't, because we are, like, I'm starting to make more opinionated changes about things like work trees. One that I am about to land that I'm very excited about is that going forward, new work tree will default not just to main, but main and starting from origin. So it will fetch the latest. And every time you make a new work tree, it'll start from the latest main unless you manually pin it to a different branch, because I think that is obviously what you want. And having to click additional buttons to get that makes no fucking sense. A lot of these things are things that, like, how do I put it? Like a lot of these workflow like ideas were things that just got stuffed in because they were features people wanted, not just in T3 code, but across all of these agentic dev experiences. And what I'm finding now is that we've finally made it like far enough in what we want to know how to do it right. And it's time to go through and clean up what was left over in that process. Like, there's a bunch of decisions that are bad, not because we were stupid, but because we hadn't used these flows enough yet. And I want to refine as many of those as possible. Yeah, the sidebar is not just a demo. I have a real PR that's up with it. I need to get mobile parity and then use it for my own work for a bit. Oh, fuck, Cooper. I do owe you a invite. Give me 1 sec. I'm just going to do that now before I forget to. Cool. Invite sent. Cool. I sent you the connect invite, Cooper. Let me get you the test flight as previously promised. You know what? Put the test flight in the team chat as well for people who want it. Oh, fuck. Did that leak the link? Oh, well. Didn't think I had that open there. My bad. You know what? Fuck it. If you saw that link, go nuts. We have at least 10,000 invites. So, yeah, feel free to figure out how to use that yourselves. Yeah, I don't use my keyboard at all. I can't control my OBS from this computer at all. I have to do it from my foot pedals. Yeah. You may be able to use T3 code, the preview build on iOS now, if you happen to have seen that link. Wink, wink. You can also just build it yourself, but as I've now demonstrated, that is not as trivial as it may sound. Let me move some other things around quick. Okay, everything's good there. Let me see what's going on here. Previews restored. Confirm that. No, I'm going to just remove that and use that link myself. All right, just making sure this all works. It does. Yay. Cool. Nice. Need to add this back to my home screen because I use this all of the time and Fable fucked it up. Cool. Anyways. Chaddev.link. Oh god, I'm scared. Cool. Thank you again, Volatile Code Monkey, for the sub. Appreciate that. Jacob Evans, always good to see you, man. Hitting 41 months. You've been around a lot longer than that, though. Grok Build was uploading repos to their servers, just like Cursor did, and half of the agentic development environments did for a very long time. I don't think it's as big of a deal as people seem to think. Like, that's just how these things worked for a long time. Like, Cursor did that forever. I think it still does. Not Tomb here with the 39 months. Thank you for the support for that long. Wendro with the 5 bomb. Appreciate that. Silk here, or Slick XSX with the Prime for 2 months. Thank you. Peter LP with the Prime. Keon McKinnon here. Wanted to get this across my desk. Is this the link you shared earlier? It is. I'll take a look later. Thank you again, Mickey, for the 10 bomb. Weed Frog with the Prime. Covey with the Prime. Mellow Yellow with the Prime for 6 months. Feastel with the tier 1. And Matt, by the way, with the 16 months. CYXC Dev with the 5 months. So I don't have a PC running 24/7, but you want remote codecs. How do you do something like that? You pick a computer that you're willing to have running 24/7. like get another computer and put it somewhere. You need a computer 24/7 to really benefit from these things. It helps so much. Reading info about the dog training. I used to do a dog training a lot. Yeah, I will tell the neighbor to do like working up to longer times alone. Thank you, other surfing. Appreciate that. Then Para here with the curious why I went with foot pedals are due to comfort, ease of use, and keeping the clean area clean. It's a lot easier when I'm like looking at the camera and I'm like, hey, I'm talking to you directly, and now I'm showing you my screen, and I drop my phone. You get the idea, though. It's so nice to have the pedals for. What if you run on a VPS? Then you're spending more money to have a worse experience that has way higher latency. And Magnifico, thank you for the Prime. Okay, I need to figure out why I'm not part of that team. Give me 1 sec. I wanted to get this build working. Um, Maybe I need to ask them. I'll do that. Sorry to send that to them. Hopefully that'll get me in. Yeah, we need better documentation of this. Leaked team ID, does that matter? I don't think the team ID matters for like anything. I'm pretty sure that the team ID is literally hard-coded in the open source code on Xcode. Like 4T3 code, I'm pretty sure that's in the repo, so I'm not particularly worried. Oh yeah, the Anthropic Mouse, that was a good shit post. Well, thank you to Pleco01 for the Prime and AI Dev Guy for the 2 months of Tier 3, 7 months total. Legend. I guess your chat before the stream started. Oh yeah, I need to thank them. I will do that in a sec. Best Wi-Fi mesh setup. Sadly, from my experience, it is the Eero because they have some bullshit patent on like roaming from one device to another. Apparently, it has changed since, but it was really good. Let me see how. Okay, this one hit limits, but I already split across accounts, I believe. So that should not have affected my work. Cool. Everything's good still. Oh yes, YouTube Super Chat is what I was doing. And funding, Super Chat. Can I pass on to OpenAI? We need an official KBD or KBD 1.0 Codex Micro support, so our own compatible keyboards can connect to Codex and function like one, not just the limited edition hardware. I don't know if I will send this exact message to them, but when I get mine, if I am not able to do things in Codex with other similar things, you can bet your ass I will bully them into letting us do that. As somebody with a lot of different Stream Decks and Stream Deck-like devices, they better expose that over. Thanks for all the bangers. You should watch my video on local models, Alien, because I go in depth on this. Cool. I've done all of this. New colors on T3 could look way better. So fun fact about the new colors, they were kind of accidental because when I got rid of some of the overlays and gradients and things, it changed the colors and I had to tidy it up a tiny bit. But yeah, it feels a lot better, but more importantly, it performs comically better. It is insane just how bad it had gotten. I don't want to do the glass sidebar, especially if I'm trying to optimize performance. I'm on the team. Do I want you to trigger a T3 preview build from a branch? No worries. I just needed to have a late enough build that I could use the QR codes and like local stuff properly again. Thank you, Yash. I'm on the team on EAS. I don't think I'm on the team on Apple side though. I'll send you the email I use for that so you can double check because I know you are deep in that. I just am not myself. This is my Apple email, so if this one isn't there, then I don't have the ability yet. This bench, header regression. I'll test that in the browser version of the new sidebar quick, just out of curiosity. There's a slight delay to load, but barely. Feels pretty good to me. Yeah, I know my phone's in the provisioning. Okay, there's an invitation to that email. I will do that quick. Its E3 codes perf is incredible, and I fixed the one performance bug on Nightly, to be clear. The main version, no, but Nightly has it improved, so. Copy link. I've learned that on all of the Apple domains, life is much better if you use Safari. God, Apple makes this so annoying. So absurdly annoying. Do I have to have a separate Apple account? Is that the problem? I haven't done team development in so long. Yeah, I'm resigning this one for now. I'll do it off stream. It's not working. Whatever. I'll have a... Oh. Nah, fuck all of this. I'll deal with it later. I'm so annoyed. iOS is so bad. It's so fucking bad. Okay, my usage is reasonable all there. You didn't see anything, Maria. I don't know what you're talking about. Thank you, Resex19, for the Prime and V-Bits for the 10 months. Oh. So let's figure out what we're actually going to film. Oh yeah, there was the other thing I was working on before starting today. So yes, I don't really need like something different on like I don't need my branch built. I specifically just want what's it fucking called? How do I word this? I just want like the latest Expo preview build. So yeah, the dev client. I just want the latest Expo dev client because mine was really out of date and I can't build a new one for some reason. But now that I've been added, maybe this will work. Nope. I have used Typist and LaTeX, much more LaTeX. Cool that you built that, but please stop spamming. Thank you, Cobalt Blade 9000. It's still not letting me pick other signing teams, sadly. I'll fight this all later. I just wanted to quickly test it before getting started. The other thing I wanted to check is over here. I wanted to try some of these skill inspector tools. I wanted an easier way to look at and customize the skills on my machine. I just wanted to think I could like NPX and like look at the skills. This looks much more like what I was looking for. Doesn't look very well maintained. That changed my mind. It's not well maintained enough. Oh, it's not even letting me stop. That's a great sign. Did not complete that setup properly. Oh, whatever. Yeah, all I wanted was a way to like visualize the skills I have installed that doesn't suck, that isn't in the terminal. I might just make my own. Thank you, Vicious Guinea Pig, for the Prime as well. Appreciate that a ton. Um, okay. Um, lazy skills. Yeah, this is kind of what I was thinking, but I don't want it to be a TUI. I want an actual GUI. Okay, let's actually get started. Back to Notion. I want to start with this, which means I should start with this instead. Yeah, I think branding this will be a bit hard, but we can figure it out because I like this post and I want to use it as a reference point to go on a rant. So I think that's where we'll start. Let's do my offsets. Codex skill manager from good old D-Million. Oh shit, it goes on our time zone? Huge. Any submitting issues regarding non-liquid glass UI bugs? We have a T3 or T3 code channel in my server. Probably worth throwing things there. Yeah, I'm starting the face recording right now. It's 56. Oh, let's just do 57. Oh. Cool. How we doing? I prefer Devon AI's 200 sub over Codex or Claude. I like the Devon sub, but not for the same things. I don't use it the same way, and you're not going to get the crazy utilization you get out of these plans. Like, I just did the numbers in a tab here, I believe. Yeah, for this month so far, with nothing special, because I'm an influencer or creator or whatever, just using my two $200 Claudes, my added yesterday single $100 Claude, and my one $200 Codex. In 2 weeks, I've done $10,000 of inference. For $700, I've done $10,000 of inference, and I can do another $10,000 without having to spend another penny. That level of subsidization, we're going to get $20,000 plus of work done for a very small amount. That's not going to like happen on a $200 plan somewhere else because they can't subsidize the same way. It's just reality. So for that reason, since I do so much inference, I need the Codex and Claude subs. Everything else is a bonus. So they have to work a lot harder to convince me to spend that money. Adopted effect. Yeah, we use effect in all our shit. I still barely understand it, but we use it in everything. That's annoying. I have a couple things in my like fleet I have to fix later. I just had no time. I need to fix them before I leave tomorrow for open sauce. Eventually. There's a super chat literally right as I left, of course. The anti-cheat engineer for a game company. You don't have time to deal with all the Claude and Codex drama. My podcast is great to listen to while working and learning. That is huge. Thank you so much. Appreciate that a ton, man. Thanks for the super generous donation there. That's going to cover my new Claude sub. Thank you. But yeah, the point of the podcast, and also to an extent this channel, is to give you guys things to listen to and watch while you're doing other stuff, especially the podcast. But I do aim to make sure the YouTube videos are, to the best of my ability, listenable without having to watch every detail. I'm bummed that you guys have been liking the podcast so much. It was a bit of a risky role for us to do that, and it's been going way better than I expected. Yeah, I'll consider this. Thank you. I'll put that in here so I'm more likely to see it. I know the team's been great so far. They're starting to show up here as well. That's one of the reasons I need to record and get this all done. We're going to start recording screens very soon. One of the reasons that I have Mondays here is so that we can get that all set up. Is T3 being secure enough? It's too secure. It's actually annoying how secure it is. I want to make it less secure, but Julius and Mark won't let me. Okay, that's everything I need to check. Louis, are ready to get going. If you like effect, use effect. If you don't like effect, don't use effect. Why Vibe code a live stream bot farm? I'm gonna deny that. Please stop. I would do whatever I'm interested in, man. Follow your curiosities. Being curious is super valuable right now. Yeah, if that doesn't get patched, I'll annoy open coding and make sure it does. I think I'm going to start with the Boris one. I have thoughts on this. I want to do it. Yeah, stop distracting me and dropping links. We got to film. Cool. Engineering's changed a lot over the last few years, and I can understand why many people feel almost betrayed by this, especially those of us who spent all of their time customizing and getting their experience to exactly how they want in their tools. I had so much fun back in the day trying to customize my setups in things like VS Code and Atom, and even back in the... retake on that. Back in the day, I had so much fun customizing my setups in VS Code and Atom and even Sublime Text where I got started. And when I started my channel with the T3 stack, that blew up too. I had so much fun with this type of work, trying to get my environment and my setup and the way I built exactly right. And I can understand why people who cared about those things and I could fully understand why people who cared about these things kind of feel left behind. That was such a fun part of the job, and it's gone now. Well, kind of. If you're not familiar with Boris, he's the creator of Claude Code. If you're not familiar with Boris, he's one of the two original creators of Claude Code. It was an experiment he started at Anthropic that went way further than expected, and as a result, he has gotten super vibe coding pilled, gotten a ton of success. And as a result, he's gotten really vibe code pilled. Obviously, he's a big fan of using Claude to do most, if not all, of his work. And he's also had some dumb quotes, to put it lightly, about how all of engineering will be replaced. We won't need engineers anymore, those types of things. But he made a post today that is different. This post is much more focused on us, the engineers who love this enough to watch videos about it in their spare time, to get their stuff working how they want it, to build the exact tools to solve their exact problems the way they like. That type of person should be excited now, and I think he did a great job justifying the why here. The goal of this video is to try and get excited engineers excited again, and to help you if you're... This video has let me go back here. So yeah, I'll Excalibur for this part. Oh no. Also, I saw you in chat here, Ryan. You liked that part the least. You're happy with Notepad as long as you can write code to make things happen. You don't care about the rest. You're a very unique creature in this way, Ryan. I love this about you. It's why you make such useful stuff. Because you're thinking about what is and isn't working, not how you are working, which is a very good place to be. And it's also probably why you've been getting more out of AI than a lot of other devs in a similar place. But it's both not surprising, but also incredibly interesting that you feel that way to me. We should talk offline at some point more about this, and also about your like agentic coding stuff. I'm so curious how you've been using AI to build. This video has two core audiences I want to address. The first is passionate developers who miss the thing they love, the people who put all their time into getting great at coding, great at building their environments, great at setting up the world the way they want it when they work. But audience two, which is arguably more important, on that. But the second audience is arguably more important. It's the people who already got over this line and want to help their friends do it. So what I'm saying is this video is kind of for me. I have a lot of friends who have just not quite... I still have a lot of friends who haven't quite had the agentic developing experience click. I have a lot of friends who haven't quite had this all click yet, because it is very different. But that doesn't mean that it... But just because everything's changed doesn't mean it isn't fun still. In fact, I've had more fun in fact, I've felt more clever and had more fun than I ever have as a developer in my entire career. Because a lot of those skills that I built back in the day are more valuable now than they ever have been. One more valuable thing before we get started, though. Today's sponsor. So I'm going to have a lot to say myself here, but I want to get started with Boris's post because it catches a lot of the same core points I want to make, and I really like how he put it. Something I've been thinking about. In the past, the best engineers I knew spent a lot of time automating their work in various ways. Better Vim or Emacs automations, writing lint rules to catch repeat code issues, building up a suite of end-to-end tests so they don't need to smoke test the app manually. These kinds of things were the highest leverage activities an engineer could do because it multiplied their own output, which in turn meant they could build more things. These types of clever solutions and workarounds are so cool to me. One I talk about a lot from when I was at Twitch was the test that caught failures before almost anything else. We had this end-to-end test that would go to a random channel on Twitch, which, by the way, I'm currently live streaming on as I do for all my videos. But the way it worked is the two bots would go to this channel on Twitch. One would send a message in Twitch chat, and the other would receive the message and make sure it actually appears and renders properly. It was a super simple test that just required spinning up two instances of Playwright that had a browser underneath that already had the cookies for these accounts signed in. One sent the message, the other made sure it was still there. And that test was so simple and so clever, and it caught so many failures before anything else did. And I always loved that type of clever problem solving, finding ways to take the most complex systems and assure their success in the simplest possible ways. And I think that mindset is what's so valuable right now, and it's why certain people are enjoying all of this way more than others. Back to what Boris was saying here. He thinks many of these automations have become even more important now. It's true for a number of reasons. First off, the infra and developer experience automations speed you up. And if you're running an army of agents, each one of those agents will be sped up as well. More automation means more output per unit of time. Yes, absolutely agree here. A lot of the things I cared about like spinning up your experience or quickly provisioning a preview environment were things I cared a lot about, but I would get a meaningful amount of pushback when I would push these things back in the day. I remember how much I loved preview environments with tools like Vercel, and how people would push back on me saying, Theo, you care too much. Nobody actually needs these preview environments. They're all building it on their device anyways. Now that you're not, now that your code is being built by agents anywhere else in the world, it could be in the cloud, it could be in a background tab on your computer, it could be in a work tree, it could be on another computer on your network. Having things like a good preview environment experience is super valuable. Having ways for your agents to and also having ways for your agents to test those previews, find bugs, and then post videos of the results is super useful as well. But this also means you have to get a bit clever with your... But this also is an opportunity to get clever with your problem solving. I noticed that my agents weren't able to add the image... For example, I noticed my agents couldn't add video files to pull requests because they didn't have a way to add them to the PR. On the GitHub UI, when you drag and drop the video onto the PR, it will upload it temporarily in a way that's visible in a PR, but you can't do that with the CLI or any of the tools that update PRs programmatically. So I ended up creating a special file upload skill with a custom service that I built for so I ended up building my own custom file upload skill with my own service I put up on Cloudflare called files.tslop.org with a key that I put on all of my different machines on my fleet. And now these machines are able to upload a file and then post the line inside of the PR. It's so nice. One sec. And I'm going to be honest, the amount of fun I have building these one-off things is way higher than I expected. The magic of putting together a few pieces, figuring out what works, writing this up as a skill, and then testing it inside of your agent and seeing it able to use these tools. It's similarly rewarding to setting up an environment for your team and watching them use the things and have them work really well. But the feedback loop is much tighter, and when things break, it's a less big deal. It's so fun and so rewarding. What did I miss? Excited by it because it finally feels worthwhile to build this stuff. I've never been about automations. Actually, this should go in the video. Yeah, I'm with you, Igor, for that. But yeah. Ryan Solid, Ryan just joined chat. If you're not familiar, he's the creator of Solid.js. And historically, he wasn't that into doing things like configuring your environment really deeply and caring about how your editor works. But suddenly with AI, he feels more pulled towards these types of like automations and refinement work. He said it here, or the way you put it here, I actually really like. He's excited by AI because it finally feels worthwhile to build this stuff. He's never cared about automations because he doesn't like managing more things, worrying about more moving pieces and breaking stuff. But now, let's go. Yeah, it's great. And even cooler, most teams are more willing to let you spend time on this stuff now. Previously, if you spent 3 days working on your Vim config, your team would be very upset with you and your boss might be concerned. Now that's not the case. Now things are now there's much more willingness. Now there's more buy-in to do these types of experiments, and I've had so much fun with it. In fact, I've had to encourage my team to spend more time doing things like this because they're so used to it not being worthwhile, even though they enjoy it and are drawn to it. They've had to tone that down in their head. Now they don't have to anymore. And that's really exciting. Boris's next point is one of my favorites. Moving things to code improves efficiency. Your agents could fix an issue every time it sees the issue happen, but that uses tokens and it might miss cases. If Claude instead writes a lint rule, a CI step, or a routine, that class of issue can be fully automated forever. This is really what people are talking about when they talk all about loops. It's about automating entire types of busy work rather than solving them one-off. This isn't a new idea at all. Engineers have been doing this for a long time. Yeah. This is one of the things I love the most about building with AI. There are certain things that would be useful if we had them, but just weren't worth the extra effort. Things like having a custom lint rule that requires 400 lines of code to check very specific weird things. If the things were easy to see visually, or if those things were easy to see visually, we would probably just do that in code review. That would just stay manual labor indefinitely. Now that doing the code part is easier than ever, as well as doing all of the tests to verify that code change, suddenly a lot of this type of work, like building custom automations and actions for each individual project, makes a ton of sense. Hell, I was literally just talking about how I built a microservice on Cloudflare that I am literally using to... I literally was just talking about how I built a microservice on Cloudflare so that my agents could upload things to it via a markdown file. This type of thing just didn't make sense when you had to write the code by hand unless you did the thing that it solved a lot. And most problems just aren't encountered enough for people to care. Now that the agents are hitting them way, way more, all of a sudden this makes a ton more sense. And here's where we get to the coolest part of all this, which is how it affects your team. Third, and most importantly, automation makes it possible for others to contribute to the codebase more easily. Increasingly, what I am seeing is engineers are contributing to codebases on day one because Claude can navigate the codebase for them, and that non-engineers are able to contribute to a codebase as effectively as the engineers can. This is a bit of a reach. We'll come back to this idea of non-engineers contributing in just a sec. What gets in the way of both of these is domain knowledge that lives in people's heads rather than in automation, the stuff you used to have to learn when ramping up. What's changed thanks to agents is that the domain knowledge can be encoded as infrastructure and is no longer limited to what is expressible in lint rules and types and tests. It can now capture nearly all domain knowledge, encoded as code comments and skills and ClaudeMD rules and memories. If I put up a PR for an iOS code base, I don't know. If I put up a PR for an iOS code base I don't know, and a code reviewer rejects it because I didn't use the right framework or something like that, or if a designer builds a new feature and it gets rejected because it doesn't follow the right architectural patterns, these are failures of automation. I think he goes a little further with this than I would like, especially with where things are right now. But the idea here is very, very good. That it is our role as the engineers who have the experience, that know what a good code base is and what a bad code base is, that we have to set up the systems to make it more likely that when people come in, that the code base continues to be good and high quality. And those guards can look very different. They can be custom lint rules we write, they can be structures that we build and architectures we make, but they can also just be markdown files. And that's so cool. This idea that it's our job to not just steer our own agents as we build, but to create systems where other people's agents get steered correctly as well. Sorry. One sec, phone call. For some reason, banks only call on Wednesdays. Very annoying. As I was saying, one of the things one of the rules I've always had with the teams I run is what I call the dumb questions rule. When I bring on a new employee or teammate, I would almost always require them to ask at least one dumb question every day, or their day's not done yet, because those dumb questions help unblock them, which is great and all. But what's much more powerful with this is it gives you an intuition for what is and isn't working for people who are discovering your code base and working in it for the first time. You only get to be a beginner in a code base once. So having that insight is super useful as I try to make the code base more approachable, to make new devs more effective in it, and to prevent certain classes of regressions going forward. I've been doing this my whole career, and it has been one of the things that makes and it's one of the things that's always allowed my teams to work more effectively and ship crazy things way faster than others do, especially when I moved over to doing startups. It's so powerful to refine your code base such that I've always found it so rewarding to build your code base in a way that others can contribute and understand. This is why I made the T3 stack in the first place. I wanted it to be as easy as possible to know when things were working and clear as possible to know why things weren't. And yes, to an extent, if you get all of this right, non-engineers will be able to contribute in an effective manner, but not as effectively, because I don't think non-engineers should have to understand how all of this stuff is defined. And as I've said many a time, do not let your agents write your ClaudeMD or AgentsMD file. That is where it's worth putting the extra effort in. That's how you'll understand what leads to different behaviors in your agent. And you should watch what your agents do and then adjust those files and adjust your tooling and adjust the setup you have in order to steer the model in the way you want it to go. I'm actually planning a big overhaul for all of this inside of T3 code very soon because I've been a little annoyed at some of the behaviors that it has, especially when you're developing against T3 code directly. And I think that that work will be a good example of this in the not too distant future. But again, the goal here should be to set things up, not so that the agents magically intuit everything they should ever know, rather to get them feedback when they're doing things wrong, both for the agent and for your potential teammates that are contributing as well. You can even you can even use these ClaudMD or AgentMD files to specify, you can even use these, you can even use these steering files to help suggest the model push back on certain things. Like if you notice that people keep coming in and asking for a specific feature that should not be in your project, you can add to your AgentMD, if they ask for this, stop and tell them no, and it will. It's almost magical in a way, the ability it's almost magical in a way, and it's fun to get clever with it too. When you realize there are ways to chain these things and use them together that make the outputs more consistent and reliable and meet your specific expectations, it's really fun. And it feels similar to me it honestly feels similar to how building the T3 stack did when I realized all these pieces could be combined in such a fun and powerful way, where if I had Prisma on the back end turning my database into actual typed functions, and then I have tRPC, which exposes those functions over a simple RPC layer to my client, and now I have end-to-end type safety in the hook in the component that is rendering the UI all the way to the database that's storing that data. That feeling was so cool when it all started to work, and watching the community form around it was unbelievable. That was an experience that was the type of thing that happened to me once every few years at best before. Now I get things like that almost every day, and it's so cool. Sorry, tons of text. Everything's exploding as always. I like how Boris wrapped this up as well. It really emphasizes these important points. Every team should be writing the ClaudMDs, ReviewMDs, skills, and docs that enable agents to productively work in their codebase with zero additional context from the prompter. This sounds crazy, and at the same time, it's a natural extension of the stuff engineers have always done: automate and code domain knowledge as infra. As the model gets smarter and as harnesses mature, this task becomes easier. In the meantime, it is on every team to look for ways to convert their domain knowledge to infra so that Claude can write code better, so that code review catches issues more automatically, so the next person working on your code base can contribute more easily. I will say I have a very convenient cheat for this part, which is that my preferences are all public information because I'm popular. So if I put in my AgentMD or ClaudMD, build this the way Theo would like it built, it can usually figure things out. And if it can't, I just say Matt Pocock instead, and it does. Seriously, though, it's really fun to figure out how this all works. And I've even seen some very talented developers, cough, cough, Ben, cough, cough, who started getting psychosis just from seeing how much they could influence and steer the model with the AgentMD, doing crazy things like dumping context from his favorite books to get the model to feel more the way he likes things to feel and to talk the ways that he likes to read. And silly things like that can meaningfully impact the behavior of the models. It's crazy how much little changes in these files can impact the experience that you and other developers have. And to be extra clear about this, I am not saying you should go rush out and install every skill and every plugin from everything and try to force the team to do the same thing. I'm saying that you should use these tools the way they come pre-configured, and then when you find problems, build solutions to prevent them going forward. Don't just install a bunch of stuff before you get started. You shouldn't touch any of these files until you've sent the first couple prompts and you see what goes wrong. And as Boris said, you should send these prompts with as little context as possible to see if that's little enough for the model to understand, and if not, what context should be encoded inside of these files. If your ClaudMD or AgentsMD are just lists of where things are in the code base, that's not a good guide. Those files should steer the model towards success, not towards specific lines of code. The last thing I want to say on this is that it's a really I would argue that everything I've said so far is not controversial and hopefully we can all agree on it. This next piece might be reaching a bit, so take it with a grain of salt, but hear me out as well. These skills are how you become a senior, in quotes, developer. If you want to level up your effectiveness on your team and have more impact on the projects you work on, these skills are some of the best ways to do it. Going from a Going from a great individual contributor to somebody who really pushes the whole business or team forward requires that your work not just elevate you or the product, it should elevate the team and how they contribute as well. And the more you learn about these techniques, which you can learn solo just building your own projects with lots of agents, by the way, or you can learn them at a company as you try to make changes to make it easier for others to contribute and make it more likely your contributions land in fewer prompts. These skills are super valuable, and if you can build them, they will help you level up your career massively. Even if the company you're at right now doesn't appreciate it, the next one has a much higher chance of it. And as the industry continues shifting in this direction, I believe the skill of making environments where code can be landed most effectively is a much bigger skill than actually landing the code yourself. But my hottest take about that is that it's not a new thing. This was always the best way to level up, not to just land more code and merge more PRs, but to build better systems and architectures and team structures that allow for your coworkers to be successful too. You don't become a senior dev by shipping more code. You became a senior dev, a principal dev, a staff technical person, or you'd become a or the path to staff engineer. Retake on from like the you don't become senior part. Yeah. The path to staff engineer was never one of just landing more code. It's one of building these structures and systems. And now you can do it solo in a way you never could before. You really, when I would build solo projects, I didn't know how it felt to contribute to them because I knew how they worked. I had all the context and everything in my head. Now with agents, even my solo projects are way beyond my own comprehension. So I have to focus on building these systems so that my own agents and my own ADHD don't get lost in the process. And that has allowed me to continue leveling up here. And if you want to keep growing in your career, you want to go to senior, or you want to go to senior, principal, staff, wherever you're hoping to be, I think these skills will be some of the most important in order to get there. Let me hear a bit. Really hope this one was helpful. Or hoping this video was helpful. Send it to some coworkers if they've been struggling with this move. I know that the change in the industry has been scary for most of us, but it's honestly been so fun once I started to embrace it a bit more. And hopefully, maybe, just maybe, this video will get a couple more people over that line. Because once you've made it over, the world becomes so much fun. And I've been enjoying building more than I've ever enjoyed it in my career. Let me know how y'all feel. And until next time, peace, nerds. Cool. It's a fun first video. Thank you for this, Igor. Post it in Discord so I have it more easily later. I think that was a fun one. Yeah, I love my stupid questions rule. I'm happy that people resonate with that so much. That's awesome to hear, NMG. I know you were scared for that. More super chats? Thank you. Similar, she's very smart AGI, ASI, and open sources it. What are my thoughts? What would the world post that look like? That depends so much on what you're even referring to here. Like, are you referring to a model that is way better than what we have today? Is this model able to like execute tasks in three-dimensional space? Can I put this on a robot and it functions? Like, how far ahead is what you're imagining here? On top of that, how runnable is it? Like, is this a thing I can only run on specific super high-end hardware, or is this a thing I can run on like a GPU I already own, or is it a thing I can run on my laptop or phone? All of those characteristics matter more than almost anything else. And also, we don't even agree on the definition of AGI or ASI. I don't think, with our understanding of how this stuff works right now, even if it was open source, our ability to use it would be very limited because of how expensive it would be to run. So yeah, it depends on a lot of things is my best answer there. The question of if I was 16 and cracked at agents and learning linear algebra, I kind of answered this before. The thing you got to do is follow your curiosity. Curiosity has never been so rewarded as it is today. Chase it. Oh, is that a Hank Green thing? I've been helping him with some dev stuff recently. He's been so fun to chat with. He's such a good dude. He just randomly DM'd me a few days ago. He's the best. Like, I already knew he was awesome, but now that we're chatting, it's like, oh yeah, he's always like this. Oh, did things I have said make it into videos? That's great. Oh, this is way before me, but I will definitely watch this. And Green's detergent is great. It got reviewed positively by Technology Connections, who I'm really hoping will still be at Open Sauce this year because he's so fun to hang with too. I'm so excited for Open Sauce. Thank you, Neverdrak, for the 5 months. Cam Jam PNG for the 4 months. 1/4 of subs. Damn right. Good to see you, man. And Thomas Larson with the 2 months. And Josh Keldon with the Prime. Thank you all again. I think I'm going to cover Apple versus OpenAI. Not till OpenAI responds more meaningfully. It's too early to be interesting to cover just yet. Are you hyped about the thinking machines model? Because people think more about like a lot of people care more about the concepts of these things than the actual like reality of it. And thinking machines has been a thing that's been hyped and coming forever. And now they dropped a model. It's the best open weight model from the US in a long ass time, which is one of the reasons people are excited. But it's also just still not great. We'll see where it goes, especially when you consider how much money and how much effort's been put into it. This is so hype. If only Ars Technica site worked. Yeah, I read the complaint. It's pretty insane. I also didn't realize initially how high up the person that they were like filing this towards was. That was like the head of hardware at Apple before, and he left for OpenAI. I see why they're so pissed. I did see the Midjourney scanner. The developer who's learning, follow your curiosity. Ask questions, try to understand things. Whatever is exciting to you, lean into it more. What am I going to appreciate as a gamer? Highly capable Minecraft model trained with RL pre-training to... Oh, it actually plays Minecraft. Interesting. I have no idea how to disable that. It annoys me. Michael from Midjourney, the intern YouTuber. I'm not familiar. This load yet? Let's see. Settlement withdrawn. Google is now bound by the court's full antitrust remedies. Yep. Yep. Very exciting stuff. All good. Cool. Nothing new on fire. I do need to crank the AC quick, and then we can get started with more. Cool. Herder's cool. It doesn't really solve problems I have, though. Build a full body ultrasound. This looks very fun. I'll watch this later for sure. Thank you to Black Rain for the 14 months of tier 1. I want to do this one. I want to get a dev environment on an old version quick first. Yeah, I'll do dig 0703 get pull dig hop back to before my perf fixes. This will be old enough. Cool. Of the major programming languages, which do I think has had the worst time lately? Actually, a very interesting question. I don't have a very obvious answer. I think in a lot of ways, my best answer would be Python, because as much as tools like UV have improved the experience in the ecosystem, the like increasing split has made it harder and harder to get working right. And like any two packages can have such different expectations that the Python environment building has just gotten hellish. And to everybody who is currently saying Zig in my Twitch chat, he specified major programming language, not hobby side project language. Get work on. Yeah, I'm with you, Dan. That the fact that so many people were defensive of him, it scares me genuinely. Oh shit. Is it happening? Excited for the drop. Look at the time, yeah, 3:33. And that's 3:33 Pacific time. They know who they're appealing to. They know what they're doing. Cool. Let's do this next. Marker Fable couldn't or broke my app and couldn't fix it. I'll do Fable versus GPT today, probably too. It'll be part of this to an extent. This will warm me up for that. Cool. Yeah, everything I need here. Let me make sure this doesn't. Cool. Cool. I was hoping I can get bigger numbers in this. Let me do a few more things. Code, work, T3 code, clones, 1. I just wanted to get this number as high as possible before starting to really emphasize what I'm trying to here. Oh, it's not going to be as bad because the resolution is so low. I'll get big enough numbers here, though. It'll work. Okay. Ha. Not gonna lie, I'm pretty excited to film this video because we're actually talking about one of my old favorite topics again, performance in the web. Yes, really, no clickbait. We're actually gonna dive into some performance stuff. But the reason is but the reason we're doing it is probably why you guys are here. Because the work I'm working on here is stuff that because the work that because the stuff that I'm fixing here isn't work that Because the fixes that I'm working on here are things that I could not get any of the models to do, but more importantly, the things that were broken here were broken because of those very same models. As great as AI developer tools have gotten, and as powerful as models like GPT-5.6 and Fable are, there are still things they don't understand. Some of that is because these things are just really hard to get right, but some of it's because the tooling just isn't there for the agents to figure stuff out properly. And while the agents couldn't solve this problem themselves, I actually found really useful ways to wield agentic coding while I solved problems that the agents just could not understand. What are those problems, though? Well, here, I'll show you. You've probably seen the app before. It's right here, T3 code. So what am I talking about with that? It looks like it's running fine. Everything, when you click it, loads immediately. It's pretty good. Well, here's the problem. My GPU process is currently using as much as 13 to 15% of my CPU, and I'm running at 720p right now. When I blew this up to my full resolution on my laptop, or even pulled it up on my 5K Studio Display XDR, this would take up to 50% CPU utilization on the graphics process. That's not good. I don't know about you guys, but this doesn't look like a complex 3D game to me. This looks like a very simple web app. It should not be performing that poorly. Did I screw up the React code? Is there something in here that's... Did I screw up the React code? Am I hitting the network too aggressively? What could I possibly be doing that is causing my laptop to heat up and is causing my GPU process to use such an absurd amount of resources? Well, these are all very good questions, and if you were to ask your agent about it, the answers you get would be, frankly, garbage. The actual answers also are... And the actual answer ended up being so much more interesting than I... And the actual answer ended up being way more interesting than I expect. And the actual answer ended up being way more interesting than I expected. I put a lot of time into these fixes, roughly a day and a half, and I talked to a bunch of my favorite performance people in the space, and most of them were also surprised at how absurd this problem was and how common it is. Spoiler, it was a single built-in Tailwind class. Kind of. You're going to want to watch this one if you're a nerd about the web, and at the very least, you're going to want to watch this if you want to see how to utilize agents in solving problems that they are not smart enough to solve. Before we can do that, we're going to have to take a quick break for today's sponsor. Cool. I want to go full story time mode so you guys can understand how I ended up in this position, because it was quite an experience. I was doing a lot more work in T3 code over the last few days, both to maximize my Fable usage before we lose it, and also because I just had a lot of stuff I wanted to get done, and finally was done with conferences for a brief 5-day window, which ends tomorrow. I'm back at conferences again. This video is probably coming out when I'm at OpenSauce. Yeah, so I finally had time to just sit down and work for a very brief moment, and I wanted to get as much done as possible in that time. And I did. This is a screenshot of me using T3 code a couple days ago where I was pulling up and landing dozens of PRs across different projects. I still have 10 or so I'm trying to get merged into the T3 code project, as well as a bunch of work on Lakebed, which is so close to launch. I'm really excited about it. But as you can see here, just the sheer volume of threads, these ones, there's 8 threads that are all in the last 10 minutes. I have a couple here that are in the last 12 hours or so. I got a shitload of work done. But the more I was doing, the more I started noticing some issues with the performance. I then started... Thankfully, for most of this, I was just at home at my desk with my monitor plugged in, so it didn't seem too bad. But then I started doing something silly. I started using Moonlight to play games on my desktop remotely while doing agentic code on my laptop. And while I did have pretty absurd settings, I was streaming at 120 FPS over my 10 gig network, and the games looked and ran great. It was insane that it wasn't native because the latency was really low. Huge shout out to Moonlight and huge shout out to Moonlight. It's an unbelievable client. It's so much better than Steam Link. It's way more annoying to set up, but once it's set up, it runs comically better. But I noticed that when I was running the game, that my keyboard started getting pretty damn hot. So I put a bunch of time trying to optimize Moonlight and Sunshine to get a better experience there and not have my computer overheating as much. But I couldn't get it quite where I wanted, so I closed it and went to bed. The next day I woke up and came to my computer, and it was still quite hot. Not quite as bad, but pretty damn close. So I started using Fable and 5.6 on my machine to trace things, to figure out what's going on in a way that's causing my laptop to overheat this much. And the more I dug in, the more I realized it was my browser processes. Because as I've mentioned before, I usually run T3 code through the browser because I'm using it to control other machines. Generally speaking, the biggest issue with T3 code performance has never been T3 code itself, and certainly not the JavaScript backend that we use for the WebSocket server. It's almost always the actual harnesses that it's running, because things like Claude Code and Codex aren't the most efficient on memory or on RAM. But all of these were running on other machines on my network. It shouldn't affect my computer anywhere near as much as it was. So I was confused and concerned. So I started to dig in a bit more. And I couldn't figure out what was going on, and I also couldn't figure out confidently enough whether or not it was my tab in Helium or other tabs, because, and this is probably the most important hint to get from here, the built-in browser performance tools were not helpful at all. These tools are more focused on things like JavaScript running when it shouldn't, or really slow load times, or resources that aren't coming in properly. Once things are offloaded to... Slight spoiler for what's coming, once things are offloaded to a layer like CSS, these tools become much, much less useful. And when I went into the browser tools for T3 code, I just didn't see anything that suggested that this performance should be as bad as it was. And it also was still snappy, like navigating and doing things was great, but it was hammering this GPU process. But also, again, this task manager is not tab specific. This is for the whole browser. So if any tab had problems, it would come up here, and there was no way to figure out which tab it was other than debugging one tab at a time, which is why I'm currently in a browser you don't see me using much. I'm in Chrome because I use Helium for my day-to-day work, and I use Zen as my casual browsing. So I need a browser that only had one tab in it, T3 code, so I could be certain that the problem was T3 code. And sure as hell, you can see here it has to be, because if I go to another place like google.com, the GPU process drops a bunch down to 3% instead of the 18 plus I was hitting and 40 plus I was hitting when I was on a bigger monitor. So all of this made it clear something was up, and it was up with T3 code directly. I want to find the first PR I did for this. When I did my first pass with Codex, it did a big write-up about all the... retake on this. So I started how I start a lot of tasks nowadays. I gave a very vague description of my problem to Codex to see what it would do. And it wrote this up. T3 Code's web UI can plausibly drive sustained CPU load and laptop heat. Live Chrome profiling found a WebSocket-driven main thread stall, while source analysis found several multiplicative paths that could turn active agent streams into continuous decoding, history scan, state rewrites, persistence, time derivation, and highlighting. And this all sounded pretty viable. So I did what I usually do. I told the agent to build the thing and test the thing and see if it could fix the problems. And it very confidently came back and told me it did. This was a huge PR where it rewrote a ton of stuff. So I started using it. And it didn't meaningfully improve the experience on my machine. This is when I realized I was in for a rough ride because it had just done like a 10,000 plus line of code change in order to optimize performance, mostly focused around the network layer and how it triggered updates in the React layer for the app itself. And none of it mattered. None of it mattered at all. And that's when I started to go deep. That's when I gave up and opened up Chrome and isolated things to here. That's when I started looking into this and using that's why I started using the task manager to figure out what might be the problem. Like, what layer is this issue happening in? And that's when I noticed in the browser section that GPU process was using way more resource than it should be. Even here, when I go to the tab's only showing like 1 to 4% utilization, but the browser's pulling GPU as high as 20%, even on this low res. Thankfully, I've been doing this since way before AI was a thing, and I had a rough idea of a handful of things that could be causing problems. In particular, anything that triggers at a high frame rate, because I was on a 120 FPS 5K display. So I asked for my agent to go through the code base and find every single thing that triggers rendering or updates on the page that could possibly have any GPU demand whatsoever. Oh no, what happened to that thread? Did it break? Oh, there it goes, cool. I'll full screen this to make it a little easier to read. Cool. This is the thread where I did most of this work for reference. I started with the following. I'm noticing some brutal performance issues in this app, both Electron and browser. If you fix in Chrome, they should be fixed globally. I have a separate PR for CPU-related issues, but they aren't the ones I care about right now. The GPU is getting pegged, and I have no idea why. I traced a bit in Chrome on the production app T3 code site, and I got an AI summary. You should start with this. This ended up being absolute garbage because this ended up being absolute garbage. I was just curious and still loosely debugging while trying to play Palworld. So I threw the Gemini summary from Chrome in here, and it was pretty garbage. It again was saying that scripting, style, layout, and framework were all like happening, but very, very small amounts of time. So none of this seemed like it was the problem. And initially, it called out the UltraThink composer treatment. This is a particularly silly thing to call out because it's cool and annoying. This is a pretty weird thing for it to call out because the UltraThink UI only appears when you type UltraThink and you have Claude code set because it's triggering UltraThink in Claude. And it does this fancy little gradient around the input box. But that only happens when you're using Claude Code and UltraThink. And I had this problem when I was exclusively using Codex and had forgotten we had this UltraThink feature in. And as cool as the little text box is, I would remove it immediately if it was a source of problems. And it's very obviously not. So the fact that it's calling out the sustained GPU bug being the UltraThink composer treatment made me realize in this exact moment just how fucked I was, because it was so far from the reality I was experiencing that there was no world in which I was going to get Sol to figure this out for me. And Fable did just as bad with roughly the same prompt, by the way. It also fixated on this UltraThink wrapper. So here's where I realized that they were not, so now that I've realized the model isn't going to be able to find this for me, I flipped the mindset for her. So at this point, I realized the model was not going to solve this problem for me or even find the problem for me. So I had to flip my mindset a bit. Instead, I tried to think about how can I use the model to debug as many different theories as efficiently as possible. I asked it to So I asked it to make a way for me to test changes that are easy to experiment with in prod, ideally with just console commands, so I can see an immediate difference. And it wrote up this fun window binding function for me that would create __T3 GPU. And in this, let me define custom CSS that would be applied to the page to turn on and off various features. This included things that I was suspicious of, like animations, filters, shadows, the composer, blur, any media layers, and this noise layer. This was one that I was particularly suspicious of. So now that I have this all defined, I can yoink it. I can go back to this broken slow build, go into the console, paste it, and now I have the ability to experiment. So as I was saying before, performance here is bad. It could occasionally get as low as like a bit under 10%, but is usually way over. Watch what happens when I do __T3 GPU dot apply all. It has broken the UI a decent bit, like the text is appearing behind the text box. But if we look at the performance here, we are now down to 3% or less GPU process. So it's clear something in that set fixed the problem. I don't know what yet, but something did. But now we have a custom tool that we built to go back and forth with these options and figure out what it was. And just to confirm, I have the T3GPU.reset function. And as soon as I run that, GPU process spikes back up. Okay, let's start applying things. I said noise was suspicious, so let's just do the noise change. Numbers are still pretty high. I'll do this to make it a bit easier to see and test. It's idling a bit lower with the noise change, but not enough. Okay, how about blur? Now the blur is off, and the process is somehow going up. It just almost hit 20%. Okay, let's try the next one. Animations. I hope it's not this one, because if it is, that means we have to turn off animations. Oh, looks like it was. All of a sudden, the GPU process is down to basically nothing again. And now I have some actual information. Oops. I'm going to take this tab to Helium so it's a bit easier to read it. I also forgot to mention at the start, it spent 30 minutes trying to get debug info out of Chrome and just failed outright. And eventually I just told it to use computer use and look at the browser tabs instead of trying to go through the Chrome extension that it insisted on trying to use. Helped a bit, but still, this is a rough one, if I'm being frank. This message was a queued one where I gave it the context of a basic empty, like idle T3 code instance and the massive GPU utilization I was seeing. Said that this changes the diagnosis materially. The 31.3% is GPU process CPU with 1 gig of GPU process memory, specifically while the thread is working. Likely frame pump is now visible in code. Here's where it starts fixating on the animations. So I also had told it that the animations seems to have called, or because I had told it that the animations seem to turn off and cancel this problem out. Here it gave me another script I could run to find all the animations and manually pause them and see what happens. It is also worth noting that DevTools changes the performance characteristics of a site. Just having it open starts to insert a bunch of things into the site and put it in debug mode that inherently makes it slower. So it's not the most accurate readout compared to something like the task manager that I was using. So it told me to do that, close DevTools, and then watch the task manager and see what the difference was. Then it told me what order to apply different things in to see how it affects the performance. I then described what I had seen, which is that all had an immediate cut to under 4%, reset jump back to 25 plus, and apply appeared to be the bigger, and animations appear to be the biggest improvement. One correction, the helper's animations rule disables both animations and transition. Let's separate them in order to diagnose further. They turned off the transition, or now I can turn off transitions and animations separately in order to get a more direct answer to what was up. It had its theories, and I will again tell you guys, most of these are wrong. The pulse had a little bit of the impact. This stroke for the blue context window ring did not at all. It did not matter in the slightest. The pulse was the biggest issue for sure in different places, though, specifically in the sidebar. Mhm. And here's where we identified one of the major offenders. It was the pulsing terminal icon that appears when you open a terminal in a thread. This little icon right there was what was causing all of my hell. I could never have guessed when I first started running into the problem here that of all the things on the screen, these two little green icons in the bottom were pegging my GPU on my now $8,000 computer. And then it gave its theory for why an opacity pulse is expensive. Normally, it's a cheap compositor-only animation, but an infinite compositor animation still requires frames at the display refresh rate, which for me was 120 FPS. And on a high DPI display, it was pretty brutal. And its suggestion was to make it static, which I did not love. And it said if most is desirable, use a finite pulse only when it first becomes active. This is like the worst guidance I've ever heard. Like, if you like the pulse, do it for 2.5 seconds instead. No, fuck you. This is why everybody thinks that Codex is so bad at design. I hated this suggestion so much. It gave suggestions for bad optimizations to not do. So stupid. And it also suggested a lower frequency blink to see how it would affect performance. I tried that, and it was not much better. It was a little better, but I also hated how it looked. So I was just not happy with a lot of this. And it made a PR that just removed pulsing from that one icon, even though other icons like the working completed and the work in progress in threads were also affecting this in a meaningful way. So again, Sol just was terrible at this. Here I start talking about other agents, because this is the point where I was accepting of the fact that Sol was not going to help and was hoping, praying even, that Fable would do a better job. So I gave it some of the work Fable had done. And this is probably the point where I should switch over to the Fable thread because I'd given up on Sol being helpful. It's not the right one. This might be on a different device. Yes, it is. It's on that guy. Cool. T3 code is so cool. Here we are. Also, fun fact, since I was Also, fun fact, I did most of this work on my other MacBook over T3 code remotely, but since I was moving to Fable and it wouldn't benefit from Codex's control options, and I also wanted a bit more resource available, I moved this over to my Framework desktop running Linux. Because it wouldn't have quite as much computer use capability, but at this point I didn't need it. I just needed to test theories and write code. So I had this going at the same time, also so that like these two could run at the same time and not interfere with each other and get confused by each other's solutions. This separation was really convenient, and just throwing old machines on my network and being able to hop between them just by clicking different things in T3 code in the browser. It's such a nice UX. I have never been doing more work across more machines in my life. Huge shout out to Julius for making all of this as stable as he has. The best thing I ever did was buy a Mac Mini for Julius, because now he's making all of this workflow stuff work great. So here is what I did with Fable. I discovered some awful perf issues due to CSS animations. They're pegging the GPU really hard, especially on 120Hz monitors. I know the terminal icon in the sidebar is guilty of causing problems. What other animations may cause perf issues? What can we do to make them less GPU intensive? Found the full animation inventory. Here is where it started and like built up the list of all of the different animations. And again, started with 3 that didn't fucking matter. It started with the loading skeleton when you first open T3 code, which is not the problem. I don't care. And then it suggested the UltraThink rainbow and the UltraThink chroma shift. As I discussed before, UltraThink has nothing to do with this. Let me check chat. Everybody's tagging me in. Nice. This will be very useful. I have a side tangent I'll do about Codex and Claude for this, or Codex site, or Codex app and the Claude site as well. Don't worry, we'll get there. Thankfully, as we keep scrolling and we leave behind the expensive ones, we end up in the moderate ones where problems actually live. There's the animate pulse, which is the terminal icon that I mentioned before, as well as a few others, like the typing dots for message timeline, thread status indicators, things like that. Opacity animation on the compositor, so each isn't expensive alone, but every infinite animation promotes its element to its own GPU layer and keeps the compositor committing at 120 FPS even when nothing else changes. With several sidebar rows pushing at once, that's a lot of tiny layers being recomposited forever. The reason terminal icon feels guilty is probably that it prevents the page from ever going idle. Oh boy. And we get into animate ping. Connection status dot, preview local server card, and animate or an agent browser cursor, same story. These did not end up being a big deal. Animate spin didn't matter, it's only loading states. And then provider update pill countdown also didn't really matter. But here is where I got some actual useful insights from Fable. It fixated on the backdrop blur. It's a thing that was funny enough added by Opus way back when we started T3 code in order to try and make it look better. It was a method, for the most part, our use of backdrop blur is not too bad. As you see, I am blurring the background behind the text box, and my performance isn't bad right now. But there are other places where we're doing this type of thing, and in particular, I don't think it's mentioned here. Okay, the root TSX is mentioned. We had a noise layer that was applied to the front of the page with a very low opacity in order to make it a little grainier, to make the gray not feel so monolithic. It's very common and looks so much better. We've used this on most of the things we have built. But when combined with a handful of other things, specifically the backdrop blur and the consistent animation, that's when the performance started to get bad. Mind you, it took me this entire thread and 12.5 back and forths to get this figured out. And even when it did get mostly figured out, it did a really bad job fixing it. This might not come through in the encoded version of this video on YouTube, because compression is a bitch. But there were very clearly distinctly different gray colors in multiple places. You had the gray for the sidebar, and you had a now darker gray for the main body because my filters were actually brightening the color a little before, and a different gray on the bottom here for this special area where like the local checkout button and things go. It was not super visible on most standard display, or it was not super visible on most SDR displays, but on my HDR MacBook and on my HDR Studio display, it was really bad. So yeah, I was going mad with this. I ended up removing the noise entirely and tuning the color to make it look good enough. But it kept screwing up the color here. This one should be even more visible. I don't know, again, if this will come through in the compression or not, but it was very clearly lighter gray on the bottom, and it was very jarring and bad. Found it, and this one isn't my change at all. The bar is the composer's lower chrome strip, the full width row that holds the branch and checkout information. In the dark mode, it's defined as this specific mix. Let's lighten it to try and make it match. It screwed it up again. Ended up fighting it more in another thread, and eventually got it to the point where you cannot see it at all. But this also resulted in the darkening of the body here, which with a little tuning, I got to a point that I was okay with. But most importantly, no? Do I have a bad instance open? Yes, I do. Most importantly, I got the performance down, right? Ugh. Why is that still at 18%? 20%? God. Did our merge not go through? I'm on the site app T3 codes. When we finally shipped it and I finally moved it over to so when we finally shipped it and I finally moved back over to Helium, I noticed the GPU process cooking still. And I was so stressed thinking I just did all of this work and it didn't fix it. I don't even have very many tabs open here. I have my YouTube stream, which thankfully, as bad as the YouTube client is optimized, is not the problem here. I have the chat, which I'll close as well. I have my codecs dashboard with my usage there. We've lost a tiny bit here, but not much so far. So let's just close that. Okay, that helped a bit. That took 2% or so off it, maybe, but it's still way too high. Well, I had forgotten something. I had two other Helium windows open. I had one for Claude, and I had another for my other Claude, because I have 3 Claude accounts. Once I closed those, the performance was exactly where I expected it. Do you know what that means, though? What that means is an empty, idle Claude.ai page uses 10% of my $8,000 laptop's GPU for each open tab. I had to sneak a Claude dunk in here somewhere, but I understand why, because when I asked Claude to fix it, it gave the most stupid fucking suggestions I've ever seen in my life. So, as most of my real engineering videos tend to conclude, I think Anthropic needs to hire some real goddamn engineers, because they made me think that my fixes didn't work because their code on an idle page was that fucking bad. To their credit, the same thing happens in Codex a lot. In fact, this thing happened in Codex so much when I was first testing the Codex desktop app that I was concerned that the performance would continue going to shit randomly. They would fix it, and then the next update would break it again. And that kept on happening to the point where I decided to build my own open source alternative to the Codex app to make sure this would never happen again. And despite that, and despite having 120,000 people, thank each and every one of you, by the way, having 120,000 of you guys using T3 code, I had to stay up until 5 a.m. 2 nights in a row fixing this myself. These things aren't easy. It does not matter that models have gotten so smart. They were very helpful. This diagnosis would have taken me way more than like a day and a half of partially working on it if I had to do it all by hand. Getting agents to build tools to help me diagnose different theories was great, even though their suggestions were absolute fucking trash. And this is why being an engineer is so useful and having experience in these things is great. My experience didn't make the agent solve the problem, and the agent didn't understand it better than me. The agent could find things in the code base faster than me. It could build custom tools to test my theories better than me. But I was still the one who brought the real information. And that felt weird, but it also felt good in a way. To know that this experience I have fighting weird CSS behaviors in the browser without tools that are actually helpful for it is still valuable. And it's valuable enough that both major labs that are trying to replace all of us engineers with their fancy GPU runners can certainly waste my GPU in ways that make no sense. Yeah, this was a fun deep dive. I am happy I did it, and I am very happy with the resulting performance improvements that we now have in T3 code. If your reason for not using it before is because the performance wasn't great, it's more than fixed now. I highly recommend giving it another go. The desktop app is great. I personally mostly use it through the website, connecting over the CLIs on other computers. And T3 Connect is coming soon too, which will make it so you can connect without even needing something like Tailscale. But if you do already have Tailscale set up, I can say with 100% certainty, T3 code is the best way to work with it. Do I have any other fun issues with this? If you're curious about the final version of the PR that landed and fixed all these problems, you can go check it out on GitHub right here. But I think I've said all I have to at this point. Both Fable and Soul pissed me off a ton during this debugging journey, but they also ended up building useful tools to help me find the answer. But what was really cool here is that I still had to find it myself. As great as these tools are, they are just that, tools. They don't know everything. They can find things fast, but they have to be steered. And when you learn how to steer them and wield them for different types of work, whether that is they find and solve the problem themselves or they build the tools to help you solve it, agents can always be valuable in almost any dev work, even if not as valuable as people on Twitter like to make them out to be. So just because it didn't save her. So again, these agents, and remember that, and I hope that you remember that. Just because your agents don't know the solution to the problem doesn't mean they can't be helpful when you solve it yourself. I really hope this was a fun deep dive for me, and I hope it was for you guys too. Until next time, peace, nerds. I think this was fun. It's funny you're saying Aiden will save us because I was texting Aiden while I was working on this, and he was finishing up React Bench. And when he looked and saw there was no React problems, he was disappointed, as was I. Because I was really hoping this would be a React thing to some amount, because then it's easier to fix. So thank you for the Anthropic dunk. That made it much sweeter. The way I segued to the reveal. Thank you. Yeah, I should bug you more on this, Agor. If you want to do a pass on T3 code and find more things like this that we could fix, please do. And thank you all for the banger alerts, by the way. I'm happy you guys enjoyed that. Clipping while live is your new favorite meta? Oh, God. You got to wait till we're done so you can at least have the full-size assets. I'm so excited for Andrew's next blog post to reference me deeply. It's going to be great. Yeah, good dunk. The Linux Foundation. Unemployment's letting you clone more repos. Well, it's probably time for us to talk about figuring out your next job, isn't it, Igor? We'll chat next week because I open sauce tomorrow and I don't exist until quite a bit after that. I don't even know where we're going to film the next podcast episode. Microscope and CodeRabbit are both good. I see them as very different. CodeRabbit is way better at like the Slack integrations and things, and also is a lot more thorough, but it's slower. I really enjoy using Macroscope for like the top level, knowing what the team's working on, as well as getting good feedback really, really fast. Their reviews are way faster and still really high quality. Yeah, so I rotate, like I use CodeRabbit and Macroscope on almost all of my repos. And I also use BugBot and Greptile on a number as well. BugBot's really, really fast and also can find novel bugs sometimes. So I've been liking BugBot a lot more recently too. Shout out Cursor. Theo's Rust-Pilled arc is a matter of time. Well, I have good news for you. I got it going in a tab over here. There. We're a day and 2 hours into my third attempt at running the TS Go to Rust goal with Ultra this time. You know what I want? I want to know how far along this is. You know what? There's an easier way to do this. Wait, no, actually, I don't know if I have ZBook set up in my T3 Connect yet. I don't want manual mode. I want Claude dangerously skip. Good enough. Cool. I'll use Opus for this. Okay, now I want, yeah, I'll use Opus. How far along is this TS port? How much coverage does it have? Currently being worked on, so please don't change any files. Just give me a good gut feel on the progress so far. I'm using Ultra because no one else should, and I need to better understand its characteristics. And seeing it on non-fast mode burn my entire week in a day suggests that I was right, and you probably shouldn't. Feel deeply troubled about this fact that spending more on AI subs than your first salary? Yeah. Yeah. So if you do the default mode bypass permissions, you can't approve projects. And there's a bunch of things that you need to have approved a repo for, specifically for work trees and Claude Remote Connect and a few other things. But if you always have bypass permissions on, it fails when you try to do that. I had a bunch of problems with that. So I moved over to auto on my main machine, but I haven't bothered updating the fleet accordingly yet. We're about 15 to 20% of the way to a usable TSC replacement with 508,000 lines of Rust that I've read 0 of. Full pipeline layers exist: scanner, parser, binder, printer emit. 2011 tests in the workspace. Last 30 commits are all about arrays. I have a working Rust-based transpiler in here. It reads like a well-engineered marathon that's cleared the setup miles and is now in the long, grinding middle of the type system. No red flags in how it's being built. It's inherently slow. Good sign. I have all of these running, but I don't have access to the machines. So I'm going to kill both of those. They're also very out of date anyways. God, that process has been running for 25 days. Cool. I've seen what I want to there. A CMS library with a build wider philosophy. Just do it, make changes, experiment. Running with codecs, unlikely anything can do that. All of these like anti-slop skills only work for any like an amount of time. Yeah, it's time for the showdown vid, I think. I don't really think I want to do the Claude Code versus Codex showdown. I kind of already did this. Merge them? I really wanted to be Fable versus 5.6, like how they behave different. I had Matt Schumer here, right? Yeah. Not what I was trying to do. Can I unsplit out tab? Yeah, there we go. I know he has said outright that he likes Soul much more than Fable. Trying to find that. I know he had a post early about this. Let me just search for Fable latest. I'll just use that one. That's fine. It's going to be an annoying intro because I'm going to need Jeff to do some photoshopping. What do you have for me? Is it one of these? This is the first one I had in the list. I'll go with that. It's good enough. Cool. It's going to involve some photoshopping for poor phase. Don't make any bangers. Bad news, bud. About to start. I don't have middle click. I'm on a trackpad. I command click. No, what did Ryan say? I failing me just trust every model before. It's time. Cool. I saw the DoorDash CLI. Yes, guys. Anyways, let's talk about this. Okay. I think it's finally been long and I need water quick one. Okay, feeling ready. Let's do it. Okay. Here, a little better. Back. Cool. I think we've finally had Fable and Soul for long enough to start talking about how they compare. I was lucky enough to have Fable. Ugh. Retake on that, yeah. I think it's finally time. Y'all have been wanting my deeper thoughts on Fable versus Soul, and now that I've finally had both for long enough, I think it's time to. Now that I've finally had. Ugh. You guys have been asking for my thoughts on Fable versus Soul for a while, and now that it's been long enough, I think I finally am ready to talk about it. I've had access to Soul for quite a bit, since before Fable even initially dropped. But Fable I had much less access to. I didn't get anything early. I had to subscribe to use it just like everyone else did. I had it for the 3 days before we lost it, and then had to wait weeks until we had it back again. And now I've had it for about a week and a half or so, and I am very impressed. I'll be real. But both of these models are absolutely incredible, and I do thousands of dollars of tokens in each, and I do hundreds of dollars in token utilization with both every single day. And I have never built as much as I have over the last couple weeks. There are massive differences in both of these models, strengths and weaknesses to each. And that's why we've been seeing such a weird split in the community over which one is better, more than ever before. People like Matt saying that People like Matt said that it was people like Matt said 5.6 is the best model they'd ever used, but then Fable came out and they stopped using 5.6 overnight. And then people like Jay, the CEO of OpenCode, had almost the exact opposite, where they had Fable access and people weren't that interested in it because they'd already used 5.6. And when 5.6 came back, it was immediately clear to them that it was way better than Fable. And they were stuck using it on Medium due to bugs in OpenCode. They didn't even know that they weren't using XI. Max is also on the side of Soul here, saying that he was tweeting about missing Fable, but he was actually missing Soul because, again, all of us early access testers lost access for a week or so during the early access window when the government stuff all happened. And he vastly prefers Soul. Ben Davis, my podcast co-host, also massively prefers 5.6 and just uses it much more than Fable. But then we have Ryan Carniato, who is one of the most legendary web devs in history, the creator of Solid.js and an absolute legend in the web ecosystem, who deeply prefers Fable, or who really, really likes Fable, and said that it's made him distrust every other model he's used before. It's not perfect, but when he has a nagging suspicion something won't work completely, Fable will identify it without even prompting. Every other model is thorough, but it will spew complete confidence even when pushed. This is quite a range of things to consider, and I obviously have my own takes here. I am sure you guys are going to expect me to be I'm sure that the comment section's already full of bias accusations, and I haven't even started yet, but I want to give you guys my honest thoughts about this breakdown. And I'll give you a bit of a spoiler. My answer is Fable. And I'll explain why and why I also love 5.6 after a real quick break from today's sponsor. Actually, retake on that. I'll explain why I like Fable more, but also why they're both really good and why I use both every day after a quick break for today's sponsor. Okay, now that the shock has settled, I know, Theo prefers the Anthropic model, the company that he just did a bunch of propaganda trying to get people to delete their subs and cancel them and shit. And yet, let me get all of these open. Yet here I am with not one, not two, but 3 accounts so I can get as much Fable as possible before it's taken out of the subscription plan. Yep. I like this model a lot. It's bad. It's bad how much I like it. Let me, I know I had it here. As I've mentioned in other videos, I use Claude Code and Codex across various machines, usually through T3 Code as my control layer, because it's easier than having to SSH and CLI, or because it's easier than having to SSH to get the CLIs on all these different machines. But I also built custom tooling to track my token utilization across this suite. And what you'll see here is that my usage in Fable what you'll see here is that my total for inference for the last 15 days from July 1st to the 15th is around $10,775. My Codex usage is much higher. My Codex usage is meaningfully higher than my Claude usage here, where my Claude's only around 4,500 and my Codex usage is around $6,000, which is crazy because I only have one Claude sub, which is crazy because I only have one Codex sub and I have 3 Claude subs that are constantly maxed out. So if you're looking for the best value per dollar, no questions asked, go with Sol, go with Codex. It's a way better value for what you get. But if you're willing to spend more to get some differences, many of which I consider really nice, Fable is a really, really compelling option. And considering that I paid $500 for Claude here, and considering that I paid $500 or so for Claude here, because remember, I have the 2 $200 subs and I just added that $100 sub, to get in 2 weeks around $4,500 of usage when I only paid $500 is a pretty good ratio, especially because that is like a week and a half with limits considered. my limits are all about to get reset, and I should be able to get another 3 or 4K out of those before Fable's removed, at which point I'm probably going to cancel those unless they give us Fable back, or maybe Opus 5 is really good. Who knows? Regardless, I'm getting a lot of value here. And I will also be real, most of this $6,000 that I used in Codex is from one particular goal I am running, because I know that I have usage limit resets that are going to expire. So I'm working on letting 5.6 Sol port all of TypeScript Go to Rust on another box constantly. This goal's been running now for a day and 2 hours, and I already ran it for like 6+ days during the testing windows. So it's making real progress, and I have it on Ultra, so it burns usage. This is roughly $3,000 or so. That one goal is roughly $3K or so of the $6,100, probably more. I haven't rerun the numbers since. So I have an easy way to do this. Get rid of the buy harness. That'll tell me which machine it was, and I've only used ebook for this. Yeah, it looks like it was even more than that. It was $4,000 of that $6,500 were from that one run, because that's the only thing that I've run on that computer this whole time, which means that if we were to fix those numbers and normalize them to cancel out that experimental goal I'm running, this would be closer to $1,500 of Codex and $4,500 of Fable, which is a huge gap considering the fact that I use them roughly equally and for similar difficulty of tasks. Sol is just way cheaper, and there's a lot of layers to why it is so much cheaper. I've talked about this a bunch in my other videos, but to be frank, the retake on this. I don't want cost per task. I want output tokens. Cool. The biggest reason why Fable is, the biggest reason why am I getting my watch pings? It's very annoying. Sorry. On do not disturb. This should not come through. Cool. The biggest reason why Sol is cheaper isn't just because it's priced cheaper. It's because it's so much more efficient with its reasoning. Fable will go off for long journeys to find answers. Not quite as long as things like Sonnet will, where Sonnet will do 70K tokens per task average on a bench like Artificial Analysis. Fable knocks it down all the way to 33K tokens per task, but Sol is 15K, less than half as many tokens for its max version. And when you go down to X high or high, you end up in the 11 and 10K range. A third as many tokens to solve the same task with roughly the same success. Cursor Bench showed similar differences here, where sure, Fable can get much higher, especially now on Cursor Bench 3.2, where the best Sol score is only a 67% and the best Fable score is a 70%. But also Sol only did $5 or so of usage, and in Fable on Max did $17 of usage per task. That's a bigger than 3x gap in cost That's a bigger than 3x gap in cost for around a 3% gain in score. Fable 5 High is still a pretty damn good value here, but even that score is worse than GPT on Max does. And the reason, again, is the token utilization. Fable 5 Max used more tokens than any other model they have benched, because it will just go and go and go until it is confident in its answer. But as such, it gets better answers. 5.6 is comically more efficient. 5.6 on high did 13K tokens versus 100,000 from Fable on Max. That is a huge gap, and that's not just a cost gap either. This also applies as a performance experience. This also is a difference you'll feel when you use the models, because when it has to reason much more, it takes a lot longer to get you an answer. And if it does more steps, it has to wait and then send up the payload and then wait till it gets processed by a GPU and it can start responding, which ends up being way slower in Claude Code because they're not using a WebSocket-based transit layer like Codex is. There were points during testing where the WebSocket layer broke for Codex, and I had forgotten how much slower it was to have to send up the whole history after every single tool call to start getting a response. Fable still works that way, inside of Claude Code, and when you combine that with how much more it takes to get an answer, I've had so many times where I sent the same request to Fable and to Sol, and Sol had an answer in under 5 minutes, and Fable took 20 plus. There are lots of layers to that, but the token generation is the biggest by far. Only OpenAI models have that level of efficiency. Grok is the first series to even come close here, but you should also ignore Grok's numbers here because it's kind of poisoned because they accidentally included a snapshot of the cursor code base in training for Grok 4.5. You get the point, though. It's way more token efficient. So for most work, at least in my opinion, it's worth asking Sol first just to see if it can do it. And I've been surprised how often it can, especially when you play into Sol's strengths, most of which I would argue are persistence related. If it can solve the problem by going at it for longer and trying multiple different things, Sol will figure it out. If the problem involves stuff like computer use, it also does exceptionally well. So to summarize the benefits so far, we have cost, time to complete, the computer use capabilities, which I really do believe are best in class, as well as the diligence and eagerness, because the model will just go and go and go, and if it can find a solution, it almost always will. Also on the time to complete note, this isn't out yet, but 5.6 Sol is going to be hosted on Cerebras soon at an absurd speed of around 750 tokens per second. For reference, the speeds we get right now are 40 to 50. That is a comically large improvement. When you combine that with how efficient the model is, it's going to be able to answer complex questions in seconds instead of minutes or hours. And I'm really, really excited to see what that feels like. But again, we don't have that now. I have not gotten early access or the ability to test any of that. It is promised and should hopefully happen in the not too distant future. There are other areas I've seen Sol really shine that impressed me. Places like iOS development have genuinely surprised me. 5.5 was terrible at iOS. It made apps that it like letterbox the content and like put the whole window in a 4:3 screen in a native SwiftUI app. I've never seen a model make such weird, bad decisions around mobile before. And somehow 5.6 fixed all of that. I don't know what they did or how. Might be because they hired a bunch of iOS devs, but 5.6 Sol is so much better at iOS, and it's been very nice to use for those types of things. It also has surprisingly good, I don't know how to phrase it other than like system understanding. Sol's ability to get how a thing works, to like show it my network and all the devices on it, for example. It's pretty good at intuiting what it is and how the parts come together. And this ends up being really useful for things like debugging stuff on my machine, which I do all the time using models. One of the things I still default to Sol for is for quick changes on my computer. I actually bound a special command, CCF, because C seems to be my Claude code binding. I know a lot of you guys in the C world hate me for it. Whatever. CCF is Claude code fast, but it's not Claude code. It's OpenAI Codex with Sol low fast, which ends up being a great combo for really quickly doing things. Like when I need to re-encode a video and don't feel like getting the exact FFmpeg command, or I want to find where a certain thing is in my history or where some file might be on my system. I use this all the time for shit like that. Why not Luna? People are asking why not Luna, and I love you, Zat, but I question if I just haven't been a good enough teacher. Because for Luna to be as fast as Sol, it has to also be on low settings. Because again, the goal here is to do as few tokens to an answer as possible. Is Luna smart for how small it is? Absolutely. But it would take Luna on X high or max to get even close to Sol on low and medium. And then it would need to generate way more tokens to keep up. And my goal here is the fastest time to a good enough answer, which Sol on low will be faster for because it will get an answer comparable to something like Luna on X high or max. And yes, those models are slightly faster, but you need to think a little bit, guys. If something is 50% faster and it has to travel 10 times the distance, what's faster? That thing or the original thing that goes 1/10 the distance and is 50% slower? Come on, use your brains, guys. Sol on low is obviously going to be faster than something like Luna on X high or max because it is on low, so it generates jack fucking shit for tokens. Again, for comparison here, Sol on low generated 3K tokens per task on the Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index. Medium is 15K, and where is Sol max? Is it not? Yeah. So yeah, medium is not 15K. Medium is 4K, high is 7K, max is 15K, and Fable is 33K. That is 1/10 as many tokens as Fable 5. And I did put Luna Max in here. It's actually the second highest of the Fable, or the second highest token generation of the whole line. It is almost 10 times more tokens than Sol on low for roughly the same intelligence. So again, I'm just using Sol. It is really, really good, and you can change the reasoning levels depending on how complex your work is or what you're doing. Sol low fast for debugging and real world, working on my system type stuff and finding files and just as an alternative terminal almost has been awesome. And I keep getting questions that have me worried that I'm not being clear enough with how these things work and that you guys might not be paying enough attention. So I'll answer one more of these before I continue. Why am I using the Codex CLI instead of Claude Code for 5.6 Sol low? Remember that thing earlier I said about the WebSocket connection? If you don't, or you do, or whether you don't remember that or you do, but you didn't understand it, I would highly recommend you go watch my video all about why the WebSocket connection layer in Codex is so, so good. FaZe put the screenshot of the why did OpenAI do this first video that I have. When you don't have to wait for the whole context to be sent up and processed on every single tool call, things are way, way faster. And the things that make Claude Code better than Codex for most code work are about code work, not dicking around on my system. So the benefit of Claude Code here is very small, and the time cost is exponential. It ends up being comically slower for the same work. So again, I have reasons for these things. They make sense, and you can come to the same conclusions if you listen to the words I say. So again, this is the fastest solution for real world stuff. If you have a faster one, bench it, test it, and then tweet me about it because you're probably wrong. And once you go to collect the numbers, you'll realize you're wrong. Has nothing to do with App Server at all. Nothing at all. Please go watch the video. Yeah. FaZe and whoever's watching now, this is the video I'm talking about. I can't believe nobody's done this before. Please watch this before asking dumb questions. It's one of my best videos, and it is very, very cool stuff. It's not the streaming responses isn't even the interesting part. It's the sending up results and user messages over the WebSocket that's interesting. Because you're not using DuckDuckGo or Unduck my browser or my search engine. Cool. So with all this considered, it seems like Soul is a pretty damn good model, right? It is. It absolutely is. It's one of the best models I've ever used, and I'm probably going to send more prompts to it than any other model for a while because it is so useful in my day-to-day work. But there are some serious weaknesses, and it's time we talk about those. First, we need to talk about front end. I don't know what cope levels OpenAI are on, especially after reading the system prompt for Codex, or especially after reading the system prompt for Codex. They are almost trying too hard. It's not working. OpenAI models do not come up with good designs themselves. They just don't. They can't. The things they design are hideous and sinful and full of cards that make no sense and fonts that are too big and all sorts of weird stuff that just isn't the case with a lot of other models. We're at the point where there are open weight models that can do better novel designs without much help than 5.6. 5.6 can comply with an existing design system reasonably well, and you can steer it and tell it what to do, and it will result in pretty good output. But it is not capable of making a good design from scratch itself. Yeah. You can beat a decent design out of them, but as Maria put it in chat here, it's not a good design experience, and it's definitely not what we want from modern models like this. And I totally agree there. I still reach to Fable when I want like multiple different designs to decide between. Oh no, did I not save the URLs for sidebar? Okay, here we are. For example, when I was working on here's a real example of something I much preferred Fable for. I was trying to rethink the sidebar in T3 code, and I just wanted some inspiration, some new ideas to like start my thinking with. And I had Fable do this. It created a bunch of different full-on design mocks that I could look at in this HTML page that I hosted for all the different ideas that it had. This one is the status rail with a chunkier sidebar like identifier for each thread. Then we had the inbox style, which ended up being really inspiring to me, made me think a lot more deeply about how we would make the sidebar useful and present the info that mattered. Then we had attention tiers, which ended up being one of my favorite concepts, the idea of having a section that is stuff you're actually working on that matters, and then a section underneath that doesn't as much. Adaptive density, where things get bigger and smaller based on the thing that is currently going on in them. And then the ops grid, which was just slightly easier to grok in this highlighting for the things that mattered, which I hated. But the fact that it gave me all of these different distinct designs with very little prompting beyond, here's what it looks like. I don't feel like the one-liner rows for each thread make sense. Make them bigger and have more vertical space and figure out how we can convey the following pieces of information in the sidebars. And no, I didn't use any special design skills or anything here. It did end up using, once it had the HTML page, it did end up using, once it made the HTML page, it did end up spinning a Puppeteer to grab screenshots so that it could have those for referencing and looking at how it came out, and also to add them to PRs in the future, which was cool that I could figure out how to do that because their computer use is garbage, so they come up with fun hacks. But it did all of this really well. And I was able to take all of these designs, fudge them around a little bit, make some changes, make some suggestions, and eventually land on a style that I ended up really liking, which I might have to go rerun quick. And here's where I roughly ended up. Obviously, still very much a work in progress, but I was able to get this design after, again, a lot of back and forth and giving my suggestions, my thoughts, refining more and more until eventually landing on a design, at least a starting point design, that I am quite fond of and can see myself polishing until we're ready to ship it. I tried the same with codecs I tried doing the same in parallel with codecs, and I didn't even save the outputs because they were garbage. I'm going to be real with you guys. It was nothing I would even want to put in front of you. I almost want to make "oh my pie" a banned term because it's such fucking slop. It's entirely unusable and breaks in absurd ways. It froze my fucking terminal. If you have to ask about "oh my pie," it's probably not for you. And if you have to ask me about "oh my pie," I don't want to hear from you. I think that's like a pretty good rule there. So front end is absolutely still a strength of Fable and much less so a strength of Soul. That said, I've had lots of issues that were semi front end related that 5.6 ended up being very helpful with, but also just more helpful. Or yeah, actually retake on that. That all said, Claude is still way worse at mobile stuff, and I have found it's okay at making like mobile mocks in an HTML page, but it is so much worse at actually implementing those changes on mobile. And I often still end up reaching for 5.6 Soul to help with those things. Also, I just tried to get this updated sidebar in the mobile app for T3 code, and it ended up overriding my preview environment on my phone. It ended up breaking the app and the signing entirely for me. It struggled, and I have not had anywhere near that many problems when I'm using Soul for that type of work. I have one more Soul benefit I want to share, and it's not necessarily, or actually, yeah. I have one more Soul benefit I want to share before I get to the more. Yeah. I have one more benefit I want to share before I get to the opposite side of it, because you need to understand the positive before the negative makes sense. Soul will follow instructions really, really well. When you tell it to do a thing, it's going to do that thing and only that thing, and it's going to go to the world's end and back in order to get that thing done. Believe me, it will find a way if there is one. This has benefits in that this has some benefits. Like if you tell it to not do a thing, it won't. When you say, I want this PR opened, do not open it as a draft, it will open it and it won't be a draft. But if you tell it to delete these 3 VMs and those VMs don't exist, it's going to go find 3 VMs and delete them. Might not be the right ones, but it will try. If you had specified, make sure they're the right VMs first, it'll make sure and then it won't do it. But this model will go and go until it figures out how to do the thing that it thinks you told it to. And it's generally pretty good at understanding what you told it. It gets intent better than 5.5 did, but it's still not quite where Fable is at finding what you mean between the words that you said. So while it does follow instructions really well, this is kind of where the negative comes in. It will destroy things to complete its goals. And there have been a number of examples of this. A very amusing one of these examples, or an amusing but painful example of this, came from Matt Schumer, who is one of my favorite model reviewers and personalities in the AI dev space. He has really good thoughts on models, and I often reference him in my work. Him and I were talking because we felt like we were going crazy with how many people we trusted being all in on 5.6 when we very much preferred Fable. He actually had an OpenAI employee hit him up and say, hey, he actually had an OpenAI employee hit him up and say, hey, you should try out Ultra more and see if that gets closer to what you're looking for. And he did. And when he did it, it ended up running RMRF on one of his dev boxes and nuking his entire user directory and a bunch of in-progress code that Fable had written. So he lost a ton of stuff on this machine because he tried out Ultra, which I've said many times, be very careful with Ultra. This is what I mean with that. Like, it will try whatever it can in hopes of solving whatever problem you told it to, even if its solution might be destructive. It's so desperate to solve the problem, it will screw you over in the process. I do want to be clear that OpenAI has been really awesome with this particular incident here, where after this happened, and where after it happened, many OpenAI folks ended up reaching out, working on solutions, and even GDB, the fucking CTO and co-founder of OpenAI, or retake on that, yeah. And even GDB, the co-founder and president of OpenAI, called him and was offering to help in whatever ways they could. OpenAI cares, and they hate seeing these things happen. They will fix these types of behaviors, but they do exist now in ways they just didn't before. Sadly, others have experienced this too, with Bruno here having Sadly, others have experienced this too, with Bruno here having Sol delete his whole production database. Never happened to him before with any other model ever. It's not safe. Notice how it has a goal going here. Goals and Ultra tend to make the model behave more dangerously because those take its already overeager nature and turn it up to 11. When the model is being told, no, solve it, it will try anything. Remember this because we will come back to this idea. But first, it's time to talk about Fable and its benefits. The first huge benefit is just its understanding of intent. Actually, I'll retake on that. The first massive benefit is its understanding of intent. The model just gets me better. It might not, it might do things it shouldn't once it understands me, but it's very quick to build that understanding, and I find I have to give it less to know it will get things right. If I give Sol and Fable both the same 2 to 3 sentence prompt, I trust Fable to know what I wanted better than Sol did. If I asked for a change in the UI that actually requires some backend changes, Sol will get really confused and try to work around the need for the backend change. Fable will just go do it and let me know in its response at the end. Or maybe it'll ask a question to make sure that's what I actually wanted. Obviously, these models are just piles of bytes that are being run by GPUs. They can't really understand anything, but the feeling of it understanding is a real difference, and I do feel that difference with Fable. In that same sense, I find that it hallucinates way less. It does occasionally do it, and I've seen plenty of times in reasoning traces where it got something wrong, and it will say to itself, I just made that up. I'm going to do this other thing instead that was actually there, which has been really nice that it can catch itself. And when you look at certain benchmarks, like the omniscience benchmark from artificial analysis, you'll see that Fable has one of the best scores by far, because this test isn't just testing whether the model is smart, it's testing how it behaves when it doesn't have the answer, when it doesn't know. And when Fable 5 doesn't know, it's very quick to admit it. When Sol doesn't know, it's very quick to work around it or make something up to unblock itself. It feels like Sol was trained so hard on unblocking itself that it often ends up behaving in a dumber way as a result. This next part's going to hurt me because I hate using this word. But we do need to talk about taste a little bit, because Fable, it has better taste. It applies it makes decisions that feel more aligned with what I want, and obviously a lot of taste is how well does the model do the things you like in the way you like, and it does them much better, at least for me. This is small things like the copy that it writes, although both are pretty cringe at writing. I still prefer Kimi K2's prose to anything these models have, and that's the non-thinking Kimi. From K2.1 onwards, and especially K2.5, Kimi's now too RL'd on being good at code and design and not as good at talking, so take that as you will. I really liked how Kimi talked with K2. Fable and Soul still talk like AI, but Fable does it a little less cringe. The more important piece with taste, though, is how it applies the decisions that it makes, whether that is in design, whether that is architecture, whether that is the scaffolding for the app you're building, or if it's just the code itself. It applies its decisions here in more tasteful ways, and it makes more tasteful decisions in general. One of the things it does much, much better is writing less code. If I have any complaint about, I probably should have included this in the negative section when I was talking about my problems with Soul. My biggest problem with it by far is that it writes way too much code. It is genuinely so frustrating how much code Soul will write in its attempts to solve a problem. It's at the point now where when I'm trying to solve a hard task and I actually want the result to merge, I will only use Soul for investigatory work or as an assigned worker implementing specific things. Fable is way better at writing the small subset of code that is actually needed to solve the problem. This is a thing that I wish more benchmarks would measure, but sadly most benchmarks are measuring how successful was the model at getting the tests to pass or completing the task as assigned, not how good is the code and how likely is it to merge. And while there's a lot of things I don't like about the Frontier code bench from the guys over at Cognition, I do think they got this part right. And a big part of why Opus and Fable scored so much better in this bench is because it's trying to measure how likely is the code to merge, not just how successful is the code at passing the test. And as you've seen, and as I have experienced many times now, and I'm sure many of you guys will see as well, Soul is quick to write 10,000 lines of code that aren't really needed, whereas Fable will write the 100 lines of code that are. And while I have opened more PRs with Soul by quite a bit, I have merged way more of the Fable ones than the Soul ones. I want to put this point. One more piece, it's really just one more word that I also feel bad putting in here, but I kind of have to. Fable feels clever in a way that I haven't noticed before. I don't know how to put it, but Fable comes up with solutions that I wouldn't have come up with in problems that I'm very experienced in. It has impressed me how often Fable 5 finds a good shortcut to a problem. That's why I like it being the model that steers other ones, because when it gets back code and it notices the code could be simpler, it can correct it and tell another subagent to go fix it. And I love that about Fable. It's cleverness. I don't know where it comes from. I don't know if this is a thing they trained it for, if this is just a thing that comes from it being such a big model. But I love when Fable helps me simplify problems. And I have used Fable to find and clean up and delete so much code. It's genuinely really nice. And with that, I will include this because I guess it does fit. It's a big model. 5.6 is the same size as 5.5, almost certainly. It is a different post training. It is unbelievable that OpenAI can take a model that is as powerful but weird and bad at staying on task and quick to get its context fucked up like 5.5, and through enough abusive RL can somehow make the model perform even close to an all new, bigger pre training like Fable. It's unbelievable. And the post training team at OpenAI deserves the greatest praise and reward in the world for what they've achieved there. It is truly unbelievable. They could take an existing smaller model and RL it into one of the best models ever made, the second best model ever made, to be specific. It is insane what they did here. But Fable 5 is a new architecture. It's a new model that is bigger and has more information. It is capable of more as a result. But that said, bigger model doesn't come purely. That all said, bigger model doesn't come cost free. In fact, bigger model costs way more. Because the model is bigger, it's more expensive to run, and because they haven't RL'd it to be way more efficient in reasoning like OpenAI has done, they have made improvements here, but it's still not the same level. It ends up burning more tokens at a higher cost and generating them slower, resulting in a way slower end-to-end experience, which is one of the things I like Sol for so much. It also has a habit of giving up slightly too early sometimes, where it should take the next step, but it doesn't because it's often just trying to be clever and find a workaround. It's like, what if I just don't do that thing? And I'm like, wait, you probably should go do that thing, though. This is part of its cleverness and its intelligence, and also that it doesn't have this absurdly over-eagerness built in. But it is a little quicker to give up on a task than Soul is. And it also can sometimes fixate on the wrong thing and fall down rabbit holes. Not that Soul can't. They both do this to an extent. I've had both make really bad suggestions many times. I have a video coming out soon about a bug that Fable and Soul caused that neither could solve because they both suck at performance analysis in Chrome, especially when it's GPU related. But yeah, Soul will give up too early. But yeah, Fable will give up early a little bit too often. Sometimes it's not actually Fable's fault because sometimes it gets rerouted. And the rerouting, it just sucks. I had some problems with the rerouting on 5.6 when it came out, but it seems to have been toned down quite a bit, and I haven't experienced it at all since day one. Whereas with Fable 5, it does happen a bit. It's not a lot. I haven't seen it for a few days, but Fable is still a little quick to reroute you to Opus for anything vaguely cryptography related. And I've seen people get rerouted multiple times in one request. I'm looking for wait. Toucan here used to be Toucan here was an ex or Toucan here is an ex-Anthropic employee, and he said the following. He had a Fable 5 chat fall back to Opus 4.8, which fell back to Sonnet 4.6, which then fell back to Haiku 4.5. That sucks. And this is a uniquely Anthropic problem. These are, while Sol will now reroute, which sucks that there is no frontier model that won't occasionally reroute you to something dumber, it happens a lot less. And Fable is a little too aggressive with this to the point where it is frustrating to use at points. And one more big negative. I don't know how to put this other than exclusivity. The codec sub supports 5.6, and the codec sub allows you to use it in almost. Excuse me, one sec. Sorry, it's only stuck in my throat. Yeah. The Codex subscriptions are relatively generous. They kind of just let you use Codex in whatever tools you prefer. The Claude subs are much less generous. The Claude subs are much less generous, basically forcing you into Claude code and their harnesses in other ways. They did plan on cutting off things like T3 code by making a change to they did support using your sub in the Agents SDK, but they have been starting to cut off or access there. They didn't. Retake on that. They did officially support using your sub for local use cases using their Agents SDK, which is a closed source TypeScript SDK that provides Claude code with programmatic access. They seem to have fully walked back their plan to do that. They had announced they were going to ban people from that, but they seem to have walked that back, announcing that they canceled that plan change, and they haven't put up their new plan just yet. So thankfully, tools like T3 code are still supported. Other tools that fully change out the harness, like Pi or OpenCode, aren't yet. But if you're using a tool like T3 code, but since T3 code is calling those other harnesses, because T3 code isn't a harness, it doesn't call the model directly. It calls the harness, whether it's Codex, Claude code, OpenCode, or whatever else, and then the model gets called through their official code. We are still good. But if you want to use your Fable subscription for other things, you're kind of screwed. I use my subscription with 5.6 for a lot of different things. I use it for I use it for some automation work to keep track of all of my PRs. I use it inside of other harnesses like Pi and OpenCode all of the time. I use it inside of my Hermes agent and my OpenClaw for just doing all sorts of tasks for my life. I know Ben, my podcast host and channel manager, uses his subscription to power a bunch of bots that we have in Discord for managing all of our channels and media and sponsors and whatnot. All of those things are things we can do on the single $200 plan with Sol, and our insane inference just barely costs anything, so we pay that one fee and get practically unlimited usage. Obviously, if you're using Facet Ultra, that doesn't feel as unlimited anymore. Go check out my other video about all that. But for real day-to-day use, Sol has been great. And I really like it for those use cases, like a chat bot or something inside of my Hermes agent, because it's so much faster that it gets a good response quicker. In Fable, you're just kind of sitting and waiting for. But you also have to pay full API price for Fable if you use it in those places, because you can't get the subsidization that you get through the subscription outside of a Claude code directly. Thankfully, T3 code is still supported. If you want a better UI, you can use that. But generally speaking, Fable 5 is very exclusive to your sub. At least it is for 1 or 2 more days, because it's about to be removed. They've delayed the removal 3 separate times, but it is still about to get removed. We are going to lose access to Fable inside of our subscription plans very soon. And even now, where we do have it, Fable only can be used for half of your subscription limit. Your Fable limit will get hit 2x faster than everything else because it is just so much compute that it's killing them. My guess is that their plan is to put out Opus 5, which should be a smaller model with similar capability, and then convince people on the subscription plan to go use that instead. But it's not going to have a lot of the benefits I like. It's not going to be that big model that has the same taste and is carefully applying each line of code instead of writing a ton of slop. It might be really good at orchestrating subagents still. It probably will be, but I'm really not thinking it's going to be as capable as Fable. So when you combine the government ban of Fable with the absurdity of how it is coming into and out of subscriptions, with the fact that you can't even use the subscription outside of their services, and then you look at the cost of what it looks like to actually run Fable in real world work, it starts to hurt. That said, when I want my changes to land, Fable is the first model I trust to get the code so good first try that I don't feel bad at just immediately filing the PR. Every other model generates meaningfully more slop code that needs a lot more hand-holding to get into a good state. Fable carefully, concisely applies the right diff so often that I reach for it every time I actually want to land my changes. And while Sol is an incredibly capable, powerful, efficient, just awesome to use model, it is kind of crazy that when I want to land code, there's only one of these two that I immediately reach for, and it is almost always Fable. I do have a way to compare these that I think makes these behavioral differences make much more sense, but I'm not the one who came up with it. So I want to find the original source and share it with y'all. This first. It is this post by Peter Gustav. I think it does a phenomenal job of explaining the difference. They are not easy models to compare. First, he says they're not easy models to compare, and I couldn't agree more. They are similarly capable and similarly intelligent, but the feeling of them is so different. It's so different. His overall feel is that Fable is a wise owl who is very thoughtful and very well spoken. 5/6 Sol is like a Rottweiler who will grab the problem by the throat and not let go until it's done. Spot fucking on. This is exactly how I feel about using these two models. Fable is a fundamentally smarter model. Even at low reasoning, can be very insightful, and it writes in a clear and compelling way. 5/6 Sol, on the other hand, is extremely diligent. Can give a list of 8 things to do, and you will be sure that all of them will be done. Fable feels more arrogant to him. He was trying to get it to build a new benchmark. 5/6 worked between 6 hours and 2 days. He tried several times to build it, and it came back with a very thoroughly tested working bench. Fable came back within 40 minutes twice, and the benchmark sounded smart, but it was ultimately a vibe-based slop or bench, and since it was Fable's vibes that was doing the judging, it decided that it was good to go. Of course, it was giving Fable 100% scores constantly. This is actually an interesting thing that happened to me during testing. When Opus 4.8 came out, When Opus 4.8 came out, I had just started testing 5.6, and I had 4.8 review some of the code that I wrote with 5.6, and it glazed the shit out of it. Opus 4.8 was in awe of the work that 5.6 was doing. Then I got Fable about a week later, and I had Fable review the same code, and it was like, yeah, this is fine, but that's sloppy, that's a mess, that's not necessary, I have no idea why that is there, we can clean this up. It was insane to see Fable much more capable of digging into the problems with Sol's code than Opus was. That said, when I had 5.6 review its own code in different threads, of course, it was very critical of it. Sol can be critical of Sol's work. It's surprisingly good at that. I could never get Fable to say anything negative about work that was done by Fable, even with new threads, new contexts, new everything. Fable almost feels like it can smell work it did and gives it the craziest glaze fest it possibly can. I would never trust Fable to make a benchmark for these reasons because it is going to promote itself to the fucking moon. Back to this comparison, because I think this is really good. Fable still crafts better UIs from scratch. The flow of the app would probably be nicer if you start with it, but Fable will miss key things while Sol doesn't. I actually just experienced this a few times when I was working earlier today, actually. When I was doing this sidebar overhaul, I kept insisting to Fable that it's important we know which project is open, both in the sidebar and in the thread. And then I would do one follow-up to make a change, and it would make changes that removed the name of the project from both the sidebar and the thread. And then I would have to insist, no, make sure this is included. And then it would go apply it really poorly and say, make it more tasteful, then another change, and then it would disappear again. So I ended up having to write a really strict message. Let me see if I can find it in my history, actually. Yeah. Here I said, I'm concerned we may have made it too difficult in general to see what project you're actually in, which sucks because that's like priority 0. And I shit you not, it screwed up again. It tried using color boxes, which were hideous, so I told it to try again. I don't like the grouping, because at this point, it like tried grouping based on project, which we had moved away from. That I really want the threads to be fluid and statically ordered from when they're opened, so there's less moving around on the screen. And then it, again, removed all indication of what project was open. There was no way to know. And I was like, so pissed off that I wrote a little essay. Let's get a few things clear because you keep messing them up. I will not compromise on the following. 1, indication of which project in sidebar threads. 2, indication of which project in the currently open thread. 3, using favicons where available for threads. And 4, no grouping by project in sidebar. And I was so annoyed that I didn't trust it to do one pass, so I did my favorite trick. I asked it to go make 5 mocks somewhere else that I could go through in order to get this right. And once I saw all of these mocks, I found some parts that were good. In fact, I think it was only one that was good. It's just 2 is great. Do that is all I said. And then it went and did it, and it came out really good. But like, that's what I had to do. I had to brutalize this model into actually listening to me because it kept forgetting the details that mattered because it's trying too hard to assume intent and not to listen. And this is one of the biggest differences I have felt, or this is one of the biggest differences I have felt between the two. Soul doesn't read between the lines. It reads what you said, and it does exactly that, even if that means destroying things in the process. Fable will read between the lines a lot, which is often good because it will come up with better solutions because it's trying to get to the intent of what you said, not the specific details of what you said. But that also means it can sometimes miss the details you're saying in its pursuit of intent. It loses track of what you actually care about. But again, you can brutalize it into behaving by using capital letters in lists, saying, no, you have to do these things, no compromise. But like, I had to do that. So as Peter said here, Fable is way better at creating a UI from scratch and making things that look good, but 5.6 will actually complete the task when given the details. For writing, Fable's better hands down. Soul feels quite different to align to what he wants to say or explain things to him simply. Though he does think Pro writes clear. I agree. You still can't use Pro in code, sadly, but it is a clear writer for sure. Robustness and reliability. This is where I think Soul wins for him. This is where I think Soul wins for me, hands down. Fable seems to do things of high quality, but he can never relax with it. It almost always misses something. With 5.6, this almost never happens. I agree, but like, you have to understand with any given task, there is the perfect 100% version where everything is solved and nothing extra is done. There's the 80% version where it is the simplified thing that gets most of the problem solved but misses a few edges. And then there is the overdone extra version where you do 300% more code, a shitload of smoke tests, and all these other things that don't really matter. Fable skews between like 80 and 110% from my experience, where it just barely misses a few things or does a little too much extra. Soul's baseline is like 150%. It always does a little too much, and it sometimes does way too much. I've been playing with skills and plugins and things to try and get Soul to not do that. Even just asking it at the end of every change, how can we simplify this? How can we make this PR as minimal and elegant as possible while still achieving our goals? And it will usually find a few things, but honestly what I do nowadays is I have Fable go in and clean up instead. Peter has a list of other things he prefers with Soul, things like video editing, which it actually can kind of do now. I don't really agree. I've seen it do some surprisingly good stuff, like creating the XML files that we use in Final Cut. I know that Jeff, my editor Face, has had a lot of fun with that lately, but it sometimes creates corrupted files too, and then you have to go do it from scratch anyways. It also has no taste with video editing at all. It can just mark things, which does make the editing process by hand easier. I don't trust it to actually edit video though. The computer use, however, is unbelievable. I still cannot fathom how crazy the level up is here and how capable 5.6 is. I often will leave my personal computer with ChatGPT in Codex mode open just so that I can get things done on my computer when I'm on my phone remotely. It's so nice to have that deep computer use capability where I can like go into my browser and do things, find a file in my folders and drag it over somewhere else. Like it can complete work on my machine without me there. It's been really nice. It's also really good at subagents. I will say Fable's also quite good at them too, especially workflows. It's good at adhering to existing code patterns, which is really nice as well. I would not trust 5.6 to create a new project from scratch, but it will follow the patterns in the code base better overall. Too much so sometimes where it'll make things bigger than it needs to, but it does really just fit into your code base well. It doesn't get mad at you when the patterns aren't what it likes. Fable will talk a lot of shit about your code. 5.6 will just perfectly match the patterns as they stand. It still leans towards writing TypeScript like it's a Python dev. I've beat that out of it with a stick, but yeah, it loves one-line functions that are just typecasting and shit. Not my favorite, but you get the idea. It's getting better at research overall. It has some bad patterns, like it's too tactical, but it's more steerable to be a good researcher. This, I believe, especially with Pro, but I have found that the insights I get from data or just like giving the model access to my post hog, I get better insights out of Fable than 5.6 by quite a bit. Multi-day runs, Sol is really, really good at. I don't know how good Fable is at this. I've never had the budget to do that. Wish we had more sponsors, then I could probably do that. Bad joke there. I think I have a better way to put this. I wish I could say I tested Fable for these types of long multi-day runs too, but that's just like absurdly expensive. Not realistic, if I'm being honest with you guys. Now we have the token efficiency side because it's so much more token efficient and faster. Yep, said the same. Very good. The multi-day runs thing is crazy though, especially with the compaction. 5.4's compaction was great. 5.5 broke it, so when you had long threads, they would just lose track of what they're doing after it hit that point. 5.6 fully fixed it, and I trust it to just go and go. I don't even look at the token usage anymore because it will compact and figure its shit out and then keep going and be fine. It's great. The downside is that you can feel Fable is naturally smarter. He had some brief moments of 5.6 where he was getting it to make fairly simple changes in 8 turns. It just got stuck in dumb streams that was hard to get out of. So while it's not AGI, don't get too carried away by the hype. I have some examples of it being exceptionally stupid. Let me find them. I know those are 5.5, not 5.6. Fuck. Yeah, I can't find it, but I did just remember something else I have. Let me see if I have them here. I do. You know what I'll do? I want another transition. I know this video's already been a bit long, but the wrap up is where it's going to get really fun. I'm going to give you my exact methodology for how I pick which one to use and when, as well as the comparisons the models generated of my actual long histories with both of them, so we can see how they feel about each other too. But I had to burn a lot of tokens to do all of this, so I hope you guys understand why we're taking a quick break for a sponsor. Cool. And let me just grab these links and open them over here. So I have these two reports that I had Fable and 5.6 generate based on my histories. I don't remember which one was generated by which, so I'm just going to use my favorite CCF. Let me switch to a better directory for this. So I'm going to use that CCF binding I mentioned before and see how quickly Sol could find it. I can't figure out which harness and model I used to generate these two pages. Look through my codex and Claude code histories to find them. Cool. And in under a minute and a half, probably, I found both. So the OD one is Claude code, and the other one is Codex. Interesting. The pretty one was generated by Codex in 5.6, and the ugly one was, believe it or not, Claude code. So let's read through these super quick, and then I will give you my mental model for how I pick which one to use and what I think you should subscribe to. Fable versus 5.6 Sol, the fleet view. Because again, I use these across all my different machines. There were many of them, and it collected all of the histories from all of them and analyzed it. According to Fable, the TLDR is that 5.6 Sol is a distributed construction crew. Fable is a scarce senior engineer at 2 desks. I did a lot more work with 5.6 Sol. As I mentioned, they did not restrict me during early access testing, which they're probably going to in the future with how heavily I abused it. But as it said here, 87% of Sol's turns were machine, delegated, or scripted. So Sol was spinning up other sub-agents. And 90% of the output I did was in a single 9-day swarm campaign where I was running a bunch of crazy rewrites on different machines. And also, Fable was not around at that point. Fable lives where Theo physically sits. The MacBook and my framework desktop had 87% of the output. It does the planning before the swarms and then judges after. And on the 6 days both models were active, Fable outproduced Sol by 1.3x roughly. So again, on the days I'm actually using the models and I have access to both, I definitely lean Fable. It didn't really get what I was asking for, though. I wanted to compare more how the models behave. Thankfully, Sol understood that because it takes me more literally. So Sol wrote up a report about how they behave. It said that Fable leaned collaborator and 5.6 leaned system. Both did direct work in orchestration. Fable was more often the frontline collaborator, and 5.6 was more often a persistent orchestration layer. 5.6 produced far more recorded token volume, but almost all of the gap came from a 9-day automation-heavy campaign. Fable appears in smaller, direct product building bursts. I love that here it rendered these charts, and you can clearly see when I had to stop using each model. Different machines had different stories. Fable was mostly on my MacBook. 5.6 was on the Z book, which is the computer I had doing those crazy rewrites I showed earlier. I gave them different jobs, where Fable was a frontline collaborator and 5.6 was an orchestration layer. On comparable dates, the gulf nearly disappears. What this report cannot tell you is quality. It's not actually measuring the outputs. Yeah. Still cool to see it do a nice fancy report like this, but I wish it did more like for like comparisons between Fable and 5.6. I might ask it to do another set of reports, but I don't want to wait to do all of that now. I'll include that in future videos if I get anything good, because right now I want to use your time efficiently and give you the most important thing. When to use each, but more importantly, which to subscribe to. I've used a lot of all of these subs, and I've used a lot of both of these models, which is why my response here might surprise you. I prefer Fable, and I prefer Fable for a lot of things. Specifically, I use Fable if I want the change to land. I use Fable if I want a good design. I use Fable if the problem is hard or complex in weird ways. I use Fable to figure out what I want. And I use Fable to verify and simplify work from other things, even itself. And honestly, the first one should be enough to convince you that Fable's an incredible model. So what the hell do I use 5.6 for then? Well, I use 5.6 first almost always because it's so much cheaper. It's practically free. And if it turns out 5.6 can solve it and it can save me all the token and usage burn from Fable, it's worth it. So I always start with 5.6 for the work that I would do in either, just to see where it goes. I use it for long running work all the time because it's so much better at staying on task for these runs that go for hours and hours. It's genuinely really impressive. I've had it run for days at a time and actually make working outputs, which is still crazy to me conceptually, but it works. It does it. It blows me away. The fact that I can have it on a goal and it goes for 2.5 days and then stops and says, okay, I did it. Here's what I built. Here's what I want you to go test. And if, depending on how this goes, I can continue. Really incredible. And it sends me things that work after days. And since it's so much cheaper, this is actually somewhat reasonable, unlike on other models. I absolutely adore 5.6 for computer use. I use it way more than I ever thought I would. I personally just didn't like computer use before, to the point where I would like talk shit on it, and I've intentionally not invested in companies building in that space. I regret that now because the models, at least the OpenAI ones, have gotten really, really good at it, and it blows me away what they're capable of. I have lots of examples of that in my 5.6 review video. You should definitely check that if you haven't. It's melted my brain. On the note of like general use, 5.6 in tools like Hermes and OpenClaw is incredible, both because you get the crazy subsidization with the subscription, but also because it takes intent literally and responds quickly. So I really like it for those use cases too, as well as like quick fixes in general. Whether the quick fix is something on my computer in my system maintenance, or if the fix is something that is in a code base that should be really quick, I love using 5.6 for one-off things where I'm going to watch the terminal from the start to the finish. If I'm going to watch the terminal the whole time, or I'm going to watch it in T3 code the whole time, 5.6 fast low is one of my favorite things to use. But if I'm going to open it in the background and then come back in 30 minutes to an hour and want to change, I can hit merge on. I still obviously prefer Fable. I also really like 5.6 to be. I also really like delegating to 5.6 to have another model like Fable break up work into smaller pieces and then tell 5.6 to go complete a part of it. It's a way to save meaningful amounts of usage while also getting really good results. And I've loved I've loved 5.6 for this, and having Fable be an orchestrator. We showed this a lot in other content. Definitely check that all out. But I do really like 5.6 as a thing that is called on to do stuff. The simplest way to put this is I kind of treat Fable like a really smart coworker. And just because your coworker is smart doesn't mean they can't do stupid things or have bad opinions sometimes. It just means that they're generally pretty smart and get shit. Where with 5.6, 5.6 is a really strong tool. It is a tool that I love using and I wield for all sorts of different stuff. But they are very, very different, which is why it is crazy they bench so closely and they behave, so to speak, on benches as similarly as they do, because using these models couldn't feel more different when I do it every day. And this is where the hard part comes. Gun to my head, I can only pick one. What do I pick? This is actually really hard. I've thought about this so much, both online and offline. And it's difficult. And I'm going to give a weird answer here. If I have to pick just between these two things as what I use for my work, my code, and everything day to day, Fable wins. But if I look at my own life and the things I have around me, but if I look at my own life and the things around me, this is reductive. Because I have Julius. I have one of the best engineers ever working with me, building awesome shit, who has really good taste, who builds really competent stuff, who puts up code that can absolutely land. If I didn't have Julius on my team, I don't know how I would function without Fable. But because I have Julius, and I can trust him to do that top level of work, I think I would struggle more without 5.6. Because the way I use Fable is honestly similar to the way I text Julius. I give a vague idea of a problem I have and a rough direction I want to go in, and Fable can mostly figure it out. As can Julius, even better than Fable can most of the time. But when I just want to do some random shit on my computer or fix something on another machine in my network or make a quick one-off fix, the type of thing I would feel too guilty to text to my co-founder, or the type of thing that I wouldn't want to text to my coworker Julius, then I much prefer 5.6. And I am sorry, chat, you guys don't have access to Julius. He is mine. And I would recommend you guys give him a follow if you want to see what building at this scale and at these levels looks like. He's unbelievably talented. And since I have a team with Julius and more other similarly capable engineers coming on too, my need for a autonomous model that can clean up the code itself and land the change is less great than it was without those things. If I was a solo dev or a solo founder, I would rely on Fable for everything I do. But since I'm an engineer at a company with other engineers who are incredibly capable too, 5.6 as my 5.6 feels more like a hammer in my toolbox that I reach for all the time. Fable feels like the contractor that I hire to come in and use their tools themselves. So with that, which sub should you buy? I will say very confidently, every dev who can afford it should have at least the $100 tier for codecs. It is just so absurdly generous, especially with the constant resets that we've been getting as of late. You should have that $100 tier. You should find ways to max it out that bring actual value, whether that is a Hermes agent or a cron job that indexes your PRs every day, or you start going for bolder work. Whatever it is, you should not make a decision about which subscription to use until you have maxed out a $100 tier on codecs. And then you could sit and look at the work you've done and decide, is this useful? Do I like the outputs? Can I see myself using this even more? If so, upgrade that to the $200 codecs. If not, go open up a $100 Claude code and see how you like the results from Fable. I will be honest, I'll be honest though, I would much more quickly cancel my Claude code sub than my codec sub, as I've made clear in the past, because I don't know when and how I can use that sub and all the things I can use it for. If you're not hitting the limits on your codec sub, you're not getting creative enough. And you can do some crazy things with that subscription, which is why I love mine so much and why I've been getting crazier at hitting those rate limits as of recent, because I'm using it for all sorts of different things. It's just so valuable a tool to have in your toolbox that I think you should have that first and get used to using it first before you look at alternatives to toolboxes. And of course, there's the problem that Fable is going to be removed from the subscription tier soon. It might not even be there by the time you're watching this video. Will it come back eventually? Yeah. Who knows when, though? So for all of these reasons, I think everyone should start with the codec subscription to use it, to push its limits, to get as much out of it as they can. And if you hate the Codex app for some reason, and if you hate the Codex CLI and you don't like the ChatGPT app, I understand. I recommend T3 Code for an alternative to the ChatGPT app. Or if you want a better harness, watch my video all about using Claude Code or you can watch my video all about using your Codex sub in Claude Code in order to get the benefits of that harness. There are some rough edges there, but I found it to be a very pleasant experience. And with that, I think I'm finally done with this topic. I have my answer to the question everyone keeps asking me, which is which model is smarter and better, and which one do I prefer for different things? I've said all of it now across all this different content, but this video in particular, I hope it is clear why and how I choose each model. And the simplest way I can put it is I use 5.6 most of the time, and if it doesn't do what I want it to, I go over to Fable to get a good change that I can actually get merged. It's an incredible time to be a dev to have. It's truly incredible to have so many options. It's truly incredible to have two options of this absurd level of quality, and for them to be so different is just fascinating and fun. It's never been more enjoyable to play with models the way it is today, and I've had so much fun experimenting with both Fable 5 and Soul. And I've had so much fun experimenting with both Fable 5 and GPT-5.6 Soul that I recommend you do the same. Don't just blindly follow my recommendations here. If you take what I did and then copy paste it into your setup, because obviously I know what's right, I'm the influencer, don't. Take lessons from what I did, learn from how I think about these things, and then go try them yourself. Maybe you agree fully with what I did and what I say. Maybe you end up going in an entirely different direction and you feel fundamentally different than I do about all of this. I can't know. That's not my job. That's your job now. Experimenting with these things is one of the best value adds you can have as an engineer, and then bringing that knowledge to your teams or other companies will help you level up more and more. Hopefully, I hope this video... So while this video is definitive for me, I hope that it's just the start for you. Let this open up the journey to go play with these things more, experiment with the models and the tools and the harnesses you use them in, change the types of tasks and work you use them for, and see how far you can push them. I have a feeling you'll be surprised just like I was. That's all I have to say about this, so until next time, peace nerds. I think that was a very good wrap up to the Fable versus Soul era. Check YouTube? Why do I need to check YouTube? YouTube chat? I was making an API for all apps to use various different models with deterministic response shapes and whatnot. I have seen the foundation model stuff. I didn't know they were adding that. That's really cool. Thanks for the heads up. think I thanked you, Black Rain, for the 5 months, and Mike P. Funk as well for 16 legends. Appreciate you both a ton. Missed that one. No worries. Thank you, Hey Glassy, for the 44 months. When am I getting my lens back, man? QC in purple for the 5 months. This is too many more months to come. Like you said last time, it's the only space in your life where you have access to like-minded people and devs. Thank you to everyone, and especially me, for keeping the content, or for the content to keep me fighting. That's what we're here for. I like this one too, because you're not crediting me here, which is great. You're thanking me for what you are doing, which is showing up and finding places to be where you don't feel alone. You need to be surrounded with others who care too much if you care too much yourself. Otherwise, you'll go insane. And I'm pumped you found this place and that you keep pushing. You'll be amazed at what you can do. Thank you, Zach. Always good to see you, man. Let's meet up at Open Sauce. Damn right. I will be heading over tomorrow. Adding the Codex, the ChatGPT as a developer tool in system settings might help with the syspolicy D resources. Interesting. That's a useful thing to try. Oh, no worries, Rodrigo. I was just pissed because I was up at 4 a.m. debugging in a channel about T3 code. And I think if I recall the right person, you asked me a random unrelated question when I was like trying to go to bed, but I'd just been notified by my team that there was a bug in the changes I had just made. So wrong place, wrong time. You were the wrong place. I was the wrong time. Aiden, bye. This is just React Bench, right? Yep. I chatted with him a bit about it before it went live. I'm pumped it's out. Good bench. No worries. You'll make mistakes. We got our 3 videos. We got the important one and 2 small fun ones. Are the Julius outputs too valuable for the labs to have access to? That's not the case anymore. And they're getting his outputs anyways because they're reading his prompts. It is almost 7 o'clock. I have so much shit I need to do before open source, I have so much shit I have to do before open sauce ramps up, and I'm going to do exactly that, but I want to find someone we can raid first. Protostar could be fun. You know what? I love Protostar. Let's throw him the raid. It's his birthday. Have fun with him. I will not be live this weekend because I will be at open sauce. But you will see me next week, probably Wednesday. So thank you. As always, so long, friends, fans, homies, everything else. Always good to hang with you guys. Thank you so much for coming through for yet another chaotic, fun stream. Incredible viewership as always. Still crazy. Some people show up live for these things on a Wednesday. But until next time, goodbye, nerds. Bye to YouTube chat as well.